afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. See you guys. Nice. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. There we go. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys had a good weekend. I hope you kicked off the week strong. Today's Tuesday, the 27th of August, 2024. We're heading into September. We're heading almost, guys, almost into Q4. We're not that far away anymore from the last quarter of the year. 1 month left. September incoming. We're heading towards the monthly closure. Pay very, very close attention to what's going to happen in the next coming days. Of course, around gold right now, currently almost sitting at an all-time high. Does not want to come down completely. Is holding up very well. Is pushing down a little bit. We're going to talk about it here on this channel today. Looking forward to see you guys very, very soon. I've been screaming my ass off over the last couple of days here, as we had a fantastic, beautiful event with our fighters. We are officially the sponsor of our 4 professional fighters right now. Currently, it was an absolute blast. It was so sick. It was so fucking sick, man. Look at that beauty. Limitless on the back. Incredible day. Incredible night, man. Unbelievable. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, man. We're doing big things with the community. We're stepping up our game, and I'm very proud of all the fighters here. Most of them won. 2 guys unfortunately lost, but that's the part of the game here. They fought their asses off, and we will, we will help them until the end. We will support them until the end. All right. So it's really awesome to see Limitless on the back here. LTA Concept, Limitless Training Academy, of course, signing up for our second hobby next to our business, and that's of course boxing, the fighting game. All right, that's how we roll. That's how we roll. Let's see what we have with us today. I'm going to talk about gold, about the dollar, about the news this week, about what we need to look out for, what we need to look out for in general. So let's see what we have with us. Supporting the G's as always. Let's see. Good to see you guys. My man Kendall Slanger, good to see you. Dominic, That Gamer Boy, Mondo, Mike, yes sir, Connor, yeah, see my man. Shout out to Timbo Slice. Sounds like a good fighter's name as well. Big Boss Fishing, thank you for the laugh, bro. Thank you for the laugh. Jamie, amazing. Maria, incredible stuff. Where can we watch the fights? You can watch it on YouTube. All the fights are on YouTube. You will see us, being there as well here. It was pretty awesome. But if you guys want to see how the fighters were doing, you can find it on YouTube. Indeed, it was streamed live. All right. I will give you the link later on after the stream. I will post it in our Discord or something like that. It was absolutely a blast. We saw some beautiful knockouts as well for the people that are interested in watching this shit. Let's see if we can show it to you guys here. Let me quickly get this going. This is one of our favorites. His name is Derry. He's gonna kill it, man. He's gonna be a big name in this game. I can tell you that already. Boom! So sick. Love it. All right, incredible. So let's go talk about gold right now. Let's dive into the charts. As always, let's put on a nice tune here. Let's set it up right now. I'll give him a moment. There we go. Perfect. Sounds good. So what's happening with gold here? Well, number one, of course. All right. We have been trending up. It's very straightforward. We have been trending up yesterday. I was looking at that same old move yesterday. We talked about the Asian highs getting taken out. Do you guys remember it last week? When we were talking about these Asian highs here that you could find right there. We wanted this to be taken out here. We wanted to come back towards that range that we talked about here on the 30-minute time frame. This particular high right there, which we couldn't break. All right, that was the high that was set on a yesterday when the market opened up here. We opened bullish, we came back down after getting rejected here, after taking out these Asian highs. Finally, we were taking these levels out. We were waiting for price to pull back. It came up a little bit higher to 25.26 before it started to sell off overall. But very, very nice to see that indeed we reached that initial target yesterday. Came up, tapped into that high, couldn't break that high, and we're now slowly trending down here. The only thing though that we have to look at today, of course, is the following, and that is gold. Overall been trending up right here. Look how beautiful and how clean. You know, you can make it as difficult as you want to, but sometimes, you know, simplicity is key. And in this case, as long as we're holding above this zone here, you know, yeah, there is not really something that we can do in regards to shorting it, right? We're literally tapping into it, and every single time when we bounce from it, we tap into it and we push up further. And you can see clearly that whenever we are slowly trending down, what we're practically doing right now is we're just, yeah, practically just simply compressing. All right, so if you go and take this to the, you know, to the lower time frames or the 15-minute or whatever you want to do, you can see clearly that we're just compressing right now. All right, and we're in that compression period. So we couldn't break the highs here. We had this high right there. We tapped into it yesterday. All right, and we ever since then started to grind our way down here, grind our way down until the climax. And the climax is gonna come potentially later today. All right, what time? We don't know exactly, but at some point we're gonna potentially see somewhat of a breakout. I think that's what we're looking at. All right, so yes, we can make it as complicated as we want here, but we can also simplify it right now, you know, very easily, and just keep a very close eye on what's happening around this level. Currently, you know, this upsloping trend line, ever since we came up into that zone, you know, we're kind of pushing up here. The only thing right now I would say is important, if we zoom in and we start using our tool, the limitless LTA concept session breaks and New York Stock Exchange open, you can see clearly that if you open this up, there we go. Where is it? Loading. It's loading. There we go. We have the Sunday open. All right, the opening price of the week. Always a critical level to take in consideration. Always a level of either resistance or support. Currently being in resistance. Right now, you can see clearly that we have been rejecting from this particular high already. And of course, this high right there created a internal lower low. You can see right now that this high created an internal lower low, and that in the pullback now we are kind of seeing a rejection play happening as well here. So currently we're hovering around between two critical levels, which is the previous weekly POC. If you take out the previous week and you draw the fixtures volume profile, then you can see this red line. You see that red line? That red line is set at 2503. This is where we bounced from during the London session today. There we go. And this is where we are now getting rejected from. So this is kind of, geez, for me personally right now, our no trading zone. Somewhat in between this range is where I'm not really interested in looking for initial setups right now, due to the fact that you could easily go into both directions. Okay, we could easily go up, break the highs, and then continue to drive further to the upside, or we could break the lows and just continue to drive further to the downside. We're literally, in my opinion right now, in that no trading zone. And why do we utilize the previous weekly POC? Well, that's exactly what we have been talking about already for months right now. It's in the warm app, it's in the ebook that you can download for free. Make sure you get it by downloading it for free in the LTA Concepts website. Just go to ltaconcepts.ai, download this ebook. We had over 20,000 downloads in a couple months right now. So download this ebook and then just get your hands on one of these files right here. Go to page number, I think somewhere in the 20s. There we go. Previous weekly POC, you can find it at page number 23. Okay, it explains exactly how this works. All right, you take out the previous week, you use the volume profile to draw it from the Monday to Friday, you use our indicator, and then you know you can see clearly that usually you tend to respond from that level, either up or down. That depends on your bias. But right now, currently, you can see that this is kind of these two levels that we are in between, the 2503 and the 2512, right? These are your two levels that you're kind of, you know, struggling with, right? We're breaking up, we're breaking down, and we're kind of now holding up in that initial zone. So what I'm looking for right now currently is to zoom in a little bit and to start taking and observing how we respond from the Sunday open. All right, the moment we start breaking above this zone, I think that we have a pretty decent, confirmation bias on the lower time frames for longs. That all depends on how we react when this 9-hour candle closes. So this next candle, sorry, the 8-hour candle closes here, the next candle opens up as well, depending on the hourly candle here, of course. So this is kind of, for me now, my own trading range. All right, if we take this to these internals, then I can show you a couple ways of how you could have scalped the previous or the current week so far. There were actually a lot of really nice clean scalping opportunities. Today, however, is not as clean as it was yesterday. So we now need to wait for a little bit more of a deeper expansion before we can start looking for continuation plays right there. But let me show you what I mean with scalping scenarios that we could have taken yesterday and so on here, that were really accurate if you look at it from this angle, because it is actually very nice to see it constantly playing out here. So for example, last week or yesterday, we had the opening price right here. This blue line is where we opened the week, right? We initially came down and we set in a range, and in this range we saw finally a major expansion. And then we have a couple tools that we utilize, right? One of these tools is the fixed volume profile on the lower time frame, and look what happened here. We tapped into the previous fixed value area high. So you have that consolidation, expansion, retracement, and then potentially that continuation here. Okay, then we started to push up. Before we came down, we started to push up. We had this range, again another range in a 5 minute, right? We have the fixed value area low, into the fixed value area low, and look at where it got rejected from the fixed value low, 25.23, and we started to come down right there, right? So you're hovering in between these two ranges right here. Then at some point this becomes kind of irrelevant, all right? But you had these two opportunities, and then you have another a little bit more on the choppy side range here. You could potentially utilize. You just take it from the left to the right and look at where we came from. The fixed POC couldn't break the fixed POC, and we started to get rejected from that level as well. So around that zone, we started to have a very difficult time with breaking back further. So again, you see that consolidation, that expansion, that retracement does not work all the time, because you had this as well right here, right? And you smashed through it right away. You kind of reacted from it a little bit, okay? But you can see that, that initial response was there, but there was no follow through. Why? Because you have to take the whole bias in consideration, all right? You have to understand the bigger picture in order to understand if you should take longs or if you should look for shorts in that matter as well here. They had this range right there, okay? And you can see that we just tapped into that range around 1 hour ago, okay? And you could see that we kind of tapped into this particular zone, again from the fixed value area low, and we got rejected from this level as well here. So you can see that these swing highs are constantly, these swing highs are constantly rejection points right here, right now. So that's kind of what you can do on the lower time frames when you're looking for setups, is to just look at these swing levels or ranges and start drawing the key levels, or start drawing the fixed range volume profile around these particular setups, ranges, and to start looking for these type of entries from that reaction. We have done this last week, and overall that was a pretty successful way of approaching the markets for gold. But for now, we are heading towards a little bit of a bigger trend type of scenario right here, where we have to pay very close attention to, and that is this one right here, right? That 1 hour trend that we're kind of holding up. You can see that we have been respecting this over and over again. The bigger picture, right? The POC acting as a layer of support, the 25.03, but at the same time, we are getting rejected from the Sunday open at 25.12, where we opened the week. So if we manage to close above the Sunday open, I'm all in for longs, and I'm all in for looking for continuation longs, because this overall trend is still our friend till the end. That's the scenario, okay? But for now, we have to start paying very close attention to either a breakout or going to the lower time frames again, like we've done before, going to the 5 minute time frame, and start looking for these internal confirmations for our entries. Does that make sense, G's? Let me know. Type in a yes if you get the analysis here. And I think it's important to understand now that we're below the Sunday open, above the hourly trend, and we are now reaching, critical zone where we have to make a decision, and we are practically at the end of a bigger compression, and that expansion will give us the opportunities when we're zooming into the lower time frame. All right, that's the thought process for gold. So patience is absolutely required. For the people that were not patient, they left the stream on a Friday. For the people that stayed patient and were with us until the end, we managed to get into a beautiful Nasdaq short position. So it's always about patience. It's always about finding the right setups and being and acting like a sniper. The people that are losing, the people that are here in the chat, I need to order now, I need to get into a position right now, are usually the guys that are losing long term. That's the reality. But that's not where we should listen to, all right? We are the group here that are patient, that are waiting for the right moments in the market. Sometimes they appear right away. Sometimes it takes more time. Sometimes they don't appear at all. As long as you stick with the live streams and understand what we're doing here on a day-to-day basis, I am sure we're only leveling up together as a community and getting stronger over time, all right? That's the thought process, and that's the way we should approach the markets right here in a nutshell. Now, the last thing I wanted to share is the following. The dollar is currently still in a range, okay? The dollar is still weak at this particular moment. You can see clearly that we have been absolutely destroyed the last 4 weeks in a row, and that we're currently kind of now trying to hold on here, kind of showing that we're in that support, of course, from this particular structure at this particular moment. So we are now, at critical levels of support here. So the question is, at the end of the week, will gold start dumping? Will guys that entered gold at the beginning of the month take profits at the end of the month, knowing that September usually is a relatively bearish month for gold? That's the question, but that's not important, I think, for today yet. But it's definitely something that we have to be looking into after the week is, coming to an end. After the monthly candle closure comes to an end, we should be much more anticipating, the profit taking, guys, the profit taking scenarios from the beginning of the month to the end of the month, knowing that the dollar now is finally in that weekly support. And there is a chance that when the news comes out, and I'm specifically talking about the PCE price index, okay, the core PCE price index, this is going to be potentially the game changer due to the fact that this is also the last day of the month, the monthly candle closure, all right? And that's usually the time where a lot of guys start taking out their profits, specifically the guys who are swing trading gold and whatever the case may be here, all right? Thursday, we also have the GDP. That might be the start of a potential reversal or something in that matter. I think for today, we just have to observe this structure and see how we can go from there, and at the same time to see what the dollar is doing in this particular range. So far, I think we might stay in the range. We do have an event later today at 10 a.m. I believe, which is the consumer confidence. So there's one more news event that we have in an hour and 20 minutes from now as well. This might also help us a little bit more with some movement, some price action, some volatility. We're gonna find out, Gis. Let's see what we can do there. The link for the book is not working. It should be working. It should be working. It should be working. Let me know. I've been clicking on it and it's working for myself. So I do think it's working for now. Yes, sir. Lorenzo, do you think making a basket for gold is also a good idea? Gold GBP, gold euro, gold dollar, gold CAD, gold Australian dollar. You might give it a try, man. I mean, give it a try and see how it looks, see how it goes. I've never tested it myself, so you might come up with a fantastic approach, something that you can try. I do believe that it's actually quite interesting. So you should let me know what your thought process is. That sounds like a plan. Very nice, very nice. Very nice, very nice. Job says NZD Swiss franc is finally moving. Okay, we talked about the NZD against the Swiss franc indeed. I'm very curious what's happening right now. Are we breaking down? We are finally breaking down. Damn, that took a long time. For the guys that don't know what we're talking about, we discussed this, of course, in the London session today, when we were talking about the New Zealand dollar against the Swiss franc. So a big shout out to all the guys that are with us in the trading floor. We've done our weekly analysis today in our in the London session already, looking at all the currencies as well. We're a huge fan of Forex trading, so we're trading a lot of Forex as well in our group. So I'm happy to see that this is finally paying off here. Finally is heading into that direction. All right. Shout out to the trading floor. Shout out to Kellogg. Looking forward to see what we can do there. Congratulations, guys, on the New Zealand dollar Swiss franc. Patience was king in this case. So congratulations on that trade. Beautiful. Very nice. Very nice. Hi, bro. Just a question. In the custom baskets you created are not included Japanese yen pairs. Is there a reason for that? Yeah, because the yen was so ridiculously weak that it took out completely the proportion. These baskets are equally measured. These custom baskets are equally measured. So for that particular reason, because the yen was so extremely weak over the last 4 years, it didn't make sense to put in the yen right in, because it just kind of ruined all the charts right there. Okay, that's it. So yeah, if the yen stabilizes, we might bring back the yen again in the basket or into the basket. Exactly. Yeah, Smile says Swiss franc for the win, best currency there is. I agree with you, my friend. Swiss franc is doing well. I am a little bit more bearish on the higher time frame for now, but based upon what I'm seeing here, is I see this beautiful reaction from the Sunday open here. We came up, we came down, we tapped into the Sunday open, we held this trend that we were talking about, and we did came up further. So we said if this happens, then what we're looking for is a counter trade against the Swiss franc. So that could be the New Zealand dollar, it could be the Australian dollar, it could be the euro. Any of these setups that appealed very nice and very strong could be a nice trade. We ended up with the New Zealand dollar against the Swiss franc. So that's kind of the thought process behind it. Now looking at it though, the Australian dollar against the Swiss franc was actually better. But yeah. Anyways, it was still it's still a win, still a W. Still a W. Do you mainly do scalping in the VIP membership? I would say it's more of a day trading approach with some scalping setups in between. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lorenzo, you're almost at 100K? We're almost at 100K, geez. Indeed. Second win says, I think if the 1 hour closes as an engulfing candle, I might go short. Yeah, well, it's definitely rejection mode here for now. But because we're trending down slowly and steadily, we have been coming down, you know, very slow. It's not that we aggressively pull back down, right? The biggest trades that I've seen for gold when being actually very bearish is when we see something like this, right? You have this initial move, you have a massive push down, you retrace and you continue, right? This is usually what gold tends to do. when we are starting an official short-term downtrend. So it's kind of like a massive push down, retracement, continuation, right? A massive push down, and it tends to happen a lot here. Same thing happens right there as well. Massive push down. And it happens rarely that we slowly trending down, and then just dump. It happens, but it's just not as common. All right, same thing for here. You had that consolidation, we were trending up, and then boom. Same thing happened here. We were, pushing up. You had that 1 hour trend that was getting built right here, right? And then boom, right? It happens. It tends to happen a lot here. So we're gonna find out and wait and see. This is one of the only things where I would say we broke down, but at the same time we were kind of, flattening out here already at this particular zone. So, we're gonna find out. If we do break down, it might be a very big push to the downside, and I think that move will come then from a closure below the 2503. If we close below the 2503, I will definitely be more on the bearish side, and I think that we might see a much bigger potential push down here. But yeah, this is for me definitely no trading range as long as we are coming down internally but pushing up kind of externally right now, holding above this initial trend here. We do have to take consideration that the monthly candle closure comes near, but it's still Tuesday, right? We still have a whole week in front of us right now to see what we can do from there. So we're gonna find out. Hello Lorenzo, I read your ebook and started to use the Vine profile today. I saw gold got rejected from the previous daily POC. That's maybe correct indeed, my friend. If you look here and use yesterday, then we saw the previous daily POC indeed as a rejection point, and also the previous weekly very high as a rejection point as well. You can see that right there. See the previous weekly very high was also indeed a rejection point. So you're kind of hovering in between previous weekly very high and the previous weekly POC, right? This is kind of what you're doing. And I think gold is just setting up for a bigger move later today, or maybe tomorrow. We're gonna find out here. But for now, the only thing that we have to look at is the Sunday open. And the previous weekly POC. These are the two levels that I'm looking for right now, as they're pretty close. You have the previous Sunday open here as well. We have reacted on this one as well here. What I would love to see is a reclaim above the Sunday open to just simply continue that trend. That would be the easiest, easiest kind of setup here, or a break below the previous weekly POC, because there is not much happening around here, right? This is a lot of structure. There's not much happening on this side right there. So if you get down and you break below, it could be in a flush out, right? Towards the previous weekly low, for example. So yeah, we're still in the range. Right now.
Hey, Kellogg, you there?
There's too many key levels in a small range. Yes, exactly. That's why it's so important to just zoom out a little bit at moments in time. Abhishek, a breakout to the downside is highly possible. It is possible, but you should not gamble on it, in my opinion. There are going to be enough confirmations for that, instead of trying to go short with the hope that it just goes down instead of waiting for the right confirmation. Lorenzo, did you win your fight? I was not fighting, my friend, but our team was fighting right here. This is a beautiful picture, by the way. Very, very nice. We have so much more content that we're going to share with the Limitless promotion. It was really, really awesome. Really, really awesome. My voice is still a little bit fucked from this weekend. Very nice though. Okay, check the EUR USD. Yes, we can do this for you, my friend. We can do that for you. So while we're waiting for gold, so the euro is indeed coming down a bit, but we will face that critical support right now at the moment. And the dollar is actually doing. Look at the dollar. The dollar is actually kind of in a rejection phase right now. So euro dollar USD long kind of setup potentially. Let's see. Because we're holding above this this zone here, I can see that we bounced from this initial 4-hour support. We have been kind of holding up very well. Same thing as what we talked about with with gold as well. You can see that we're just holding up currently, and we just have been pushing down a little bit. If you look here at the current week, then this is the previous week. Let's see if there's something interesting there. I haven't seen it yet though, so let me check real quick. Nothing there, nothing there. Nothing that intrigues me too much. This zone. Not really. So of course this is the Sunday open right now. We have the Sunday open sitting at 111.9 for the EUR USD. Yeah, there we go. I like how we took out the lows. Yeah, I really like it actually. I think that there is a chance that we might be driving back to the Sunday open, man. What you want to see is you want to wait for this candle closure. You want to see another hourly candle coming down first and then flipping bullish. That's what I would look for. Something like that. I do like how we bounced from that support that we have seen here right now on the EUR USD, bouncing back, coming into that zone, and now kind of giving you that consolidation here, a manipulation to the downside, and then an expansion back towards the opening price because of the dollar being weaker and the euro finally reaching a critical level of support. If you look at the euro basket as well. So yeah, pay very close attention towards this structure. And if there is a chance of a potential pushback towards the Sunday open, would not surprise me. Would not surprise me at all. Very nice. How do we identify fake breakouts? Usually candle closures help a lot. Help a lot. The reason why guys, usually getting faked out here is that, they're going in when it breaks without watching the closures above or below. And that's their FOMO kicking in right there, right? So it all depends on how the structure on the higher time frame is placed. And if it makes sense. You also pay just very close attention to the previous daily highs and lows. That's also a very important moment because sometimes you break down, you take out the previous daily lows and price reverses back to the upside. The most fake outs happen around these levels. The previous daily highs and lows, the previous weekly highs and lows, right? These kind of levels that are usually set to be taken out, where a bunch of liquidity is built, and then once that's taken out, price tends to potentially reverse. So pay very close attention to these levels. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Lorenzo, do you have people in the community who have gotten real payouts from Vantage Next? We did, my G. We absolutely did. All right, we have all our, we created specifically here for our group. And we're just focusing on guys passing the challenge, okay? Number one. And of course, getting the payouts right here. So yes, even a guy got paid $54,000 within our community right there as well. So of course, if you follow the rules and you are, very consistent with it, and you're not a degen, and yeah, I think that you will, you get your payout. All right. They also have the payout rule that they have to pay out even if they don't want to. They have to pay out at first. So yes, we would never work with a promotion. We would never work with a with a prop firm that doesn't pay out their clients, and especially not our clients, our community members specifically. So if you're looking for one of the biggest prop firms right now, and you look for a nice challenge and you like to trade with us live on stream, or you're also interested in just trading by yourself, and you're just are tired of using your own money, and you just want to build up your skill set, and you want to start with a challenge by kicking it off with a fixed budget to know exactly what you're going to win, what you're going to lose when you enter, then you can join the Limitless 8 and utilize this as your discount code to get 8% off of your next challenge. All right, take your Stellar challenge. You can do a 1-step or 2-step. I still recommend to take it slow and not to go for a 1-step. You can do it if you want to, but if you're of a long-term mindset, then I think a 2-step is always better, right? Sometimes you have to accept your drawdown in order, to move forward here. Drawdown sometimes is inevitable, and you want to give yourself room, as much room as possible. So use the code Limitless8, and you can get an 8% discount on your account, on your challenge. Lorenzo, I've been profitable for the past 4 months, but I'm only trading with 2.5K. You think it's time for me to do a funded challenge? If the data tells you to do it, then do it. Of course, right? It's all about getting your hands on more money. It's not always about making 20, 30, 40, 50, 60% a month. Sometimes it's better to make 2 or 3% a month, but not with a couple $100, but with a couple $100,000. So leveraging prop firms in that matter is of course a huge advantage, of course. But if you want to kick it off and you want to start off with just, knowing if you have the skill set, right? Building out your skill set first. I think, starting out with a smaller account, signing up with a broker, and just, gather the data. That's always a right plan. But, I think then you should not be really that obsessed with making money yet. I think it's all about the trades and enjoying the process first before starting to focus on making money. Alex says, which prop were we talking about? Funded next. Funded next. I think they're they're one of the biggest now. They're one of the biggest. Otherwise, I started to use the VAR profile. I am in position in the US 30. Can you watch the US 30? We can check out the US 30 as well. Let's look at futures. Let's look at the US 30. And let's look at the LTA Concepts indicator. By the way, if you guys want to have access to this indicator, it shows you the opening price of the week. Of course, if you utilize LTA Concepts, right, and particularly the day trading approach, then this becomes extremely important. Then make sure you download the free indicator. You can get it in our community right there. And you go to the LTA indicator section. It's free. Obviously, it's free. And you can click on this link right there, and it will take you towards this indicator. It's a private indicator. That's the only way to get access to it. And I think you entered from the previous daily POC, correct? Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a beautiful day today for the indices, by the way. We haven't even spoken about the indices, but I think it's going to be very nice to see what will happen around these levels today. The previous weekly very high, the previous weekly POC. The previous weekly very high is sitting at 41,078, and the previous weekly POC is sitting at 40,973. These two levels, I think, are amazing levels to look at for later today. And the reason why I say later today is because you always want to trade the indices when the market opens up, the US Open in particular, because this is where the most volume kicks in and where usually statistically the best moves happen, right after the US Open. So I'm actually very curious to see what will happen around this zone. to see if there is room for a continuation play from there onwards. Let's see. We'll figure it out later. I'm in a sell position, use 30, I use the volume on the lower time frame. Okay, let's look at the lower time frame then. Because I think that you looked at this range. Is that correct? I don't really see anything specifically here. Let me know where you looked at particularly. How did you draw your profile particularly? Also curious to it. Got the lower time frame check out 5 minutes as well. We're just forming a big range, G's. Then this is a good thing, right? And this is what we want. We like that. We like when gold is ranging. Why? Because usually what you will see is once you start breaking out, the best trades happen. So, you know, you could say something like this, right? Or something like this. It all depends on the bigger picture, of course. But yeah, sometimes a range is what we need in order to gain and understand where we are currently sitting at as well here. We just understand that the ranges are usually good to know, because the moment you start expanding and deviating for it with more volume and you retrace back into these ranges, that's usually where you find the best trades as well. So on the 5 minute, we're just doing nothing, but it's also kind of a good thing for now until we start to really move and expand out of it. But yeah, we are aware of the higher time frame or the 1 hour time frame right now of the bigger trend, but at the same time we are also aware of the smaller range inside of the hourly, which is also gonna kind of help us here with our decision making as well. Vantage, do you only trade gold in the VIP or do you trade other assets? We trade a bunch of other assets as well. Specifically, our group is focused on FOREX, but at the same time, we have some guys that are specifically, focused on indices as well. So it all depends what you prefer. But my recommendation is, if you focus on something, then stick with this. Instead of trying to trade everything at once, unless you really have that experience. Don't spread yourself too thin. It's a nice saying. We're trying to keep on to it. But yeah, in Forex there are a lot of things you can do. So you can in commodities as well, right? There are a lot of things you can trade within the commodity sector as well. It's just your expertise, and then once you feel confident and you understand how it moves, then you can always move around and hop around later on. Okay, please show us your FRVP settings. You can find it on page number 13. I'm starting to dream this book now. Page number 13. Lelo says, Kellogg got a really clean New Zealand dollar Swiss franc trade in the trading floor. Yes, because that's we talked about this trade during the London session, and it made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense to me as well, indeed. Completely agree. It made a lot of sense. So big shout out to Kellogg as well. The Swiss franc was holding above the Sunday open, and even though the New Zealand dollar was not that weak, it's still holding up very well. The Swiss franc was just dominated, man. It was just dominating the pair. So nice clean entry, my friend. Shout out to our private community. Very, very nice. Does the consumer confidence have that much of volume from your experience? Yes, it could definitely have some volume. It could definitely bring some volume. Let me open another chart for gold on the lower time frame. So we have this as well here. There we go. Very clean range. So let's see when we're gonna start seeing some volume here, and if this particularly then aligns with what we're looking at on the 1 hour time frame. Right? I'm always saying when you're looking at the 5 minute and you're taking these setups from the 5 minute time frame, so you're looking particularly at these type of moves here. This is a beautiful trade. Right? We talked about how you can use the consolidation expense retracement, or when you were looking for, this specific trade, you could see that also you had the consolidation expense retracement. Then you can always confirm this with the 1 hour if it makes sense at that particular moment. But if it doesn't make sense, then don't take it. The reason why this one makes sense and this one makes sense is because in this case, we were targeting the Asian highs. We were talking about the Asian highs, right? We talked about it the whole week yesterday, last week, after a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We talked about we wanted to see this getting taken out, and of course, then that retrace, it made a lot of sense for us to look for long continuations because of this upwards trend, and of course, this also made sense because of the fact that we got rejected from this high. We talked about also when this came out. So once this was manipulated, we came out, we set in a high, and we saw an aggressive push down. That retracement was also a valid setup, a valid trade setup in particular here. So I have to say, when you look at it from this angle, when you go and you zoom in on the 30 minute, gold is not looking particularly strong, right? It's not looking particularly strong the way we're, kind of starting to push down right now. But when we look at the bigger picture, we have been holding up above this initial trend for a long period of time right now, ever since we set in the lows in the beginning of August. Now we're heading towards the monthly closure. So yeah, man, we are now in between two critical zones. The internals that are showing bearish momentum, but the externals that are showing that we are reaching critical support right now. So we're waiting for a bigger move to happen today. Lorenzo, do you also teach fundamentals in the VIP membership? Hey Lorenzo, can you recommend a good broker? I would say one thing at a time. But in regards to fundamentals, this is exactly what we're working towards right now. We are building our fundamental indicators. We're working a lot with fundamentals. We are definitely also leaning more into the swing trading, because you can make a lot of money into swing trading if you are very patient. You have like a set and forget approach. So yes, we are covering a lot of fundamentals in our group. Absolutely. As well here. So we are specifically showing right now all kinds of different ways how you can trade. We have the scalping variant, the day trading variant, and the swing trading variant. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to introduce each particular strategy, which is all a sub hybrid of our LTA Concepts strategy, and you know, based upon your personal style here, we can give you the right opportunity. But swing trading for me particularly is going to be very, very appealing. This is definitely something that I am, you know, gonna pursue in the future, right? Especially when I, let's say, are, you know, gonna do much more outside of streaming as well as traveling around and doing a lot more things. Then of course swing trading will become extremely useful. So fundamentals are critical, right? Because fundamentals really do set the tone on the higher time frame for direction, whereas technicals determine the timing of it. All right, 15 minutes, geez, and then we have the US Open. Are we gonna see some fun? Bitcoin is tanking 4.5% from yesterday's highs. That's not really a surprise here. All temporary though. I think Q4 is going to be the way to go. 4.5% though. Yes, we have been coming down, man. We've been coming down a little bit, but yeah. Look at it on daily. Yep. Look at this lower high. I can guarantee if you draw profile, a void profile from here to here, you're gonna see that rejection here. Look at that. Fixed POC. Look how beautiful. Beautiful. Look at this range. In this case, the fixed very high. Beautiful. What about this range? I think we have to go to the 4-hour here. Yeah, fixed very high. You can constantly utilize these levels if you have these swings, right? If you have this distribution phase and you break structure and you pull back, then always look at your key levels. Always look at these levels because they're so useful. Right now you're in that rejection mode here. So yeah, Bitcoin definitely is in rejection mode right now. I would not be surprised if it would come down even lower. I agree. I agree. I agree. Lorenzo, in the last live, you checked the orders at the bottom for gold. I guess we could check those orders too. I agree with you, man. Let's look at it. Let's look at it for gold. And see what the book map is indeed telling us right now at the moment here. So the book map right now is indeed showing us the same thing. The same thing. You can kind of see right now that there are a bunch of orders placed above 25.56 on futures, but you can see that we're clearly operating in a range right now, right? We're clearly operating in an internal range right now at the moment, and this is where orders are getting built, liquidity is getting built, and yeah, you have to wait for further confirmation. That's it. It is definitely a good idea to keep on the future chart as well, to just evaluate from there as well. Completely agree. But you can also just take a bigger range overall and just understand that we are operating in this bigger structure, right? I would not be, you know, surprised. Let's use this one, especially because on the 1 hour, we are clearly getting to that support. And yeah, man, we're in a critical zone right now. Lorenzo, how many trades you took last week? I mean, on the stream, I think we took a trade every day except for Tuesday, I think. The only thing is that sometimes people get a little bit impatient. And then what tends to happen is that you start forcing a trade and then you lose the trade. Then it's like, yeah, you see, you should have better waited for the right opportunity. And yeah, so yeah, Friday was a great example, right? We had the trade at the end of the stream, all the way at the end of the stream. And then, you know, all the people that were impatient already either left the stream or already took a trade before, you know, and you know, potentially didn't go their way. It was a really nasty news trade, yes, a really nasty reaction from the news on a Friday, if you guys remember it, when Jerome was speaking. So patience was absolutely key, absolutely key. Yes, sir. Lorenzo, should I trade on the 5 minute or the 1 hour? That's a great question. It depends what you're looking for. The reason why I'm looking at the 5 minute for now is because I understand the 1 hour. If I understand the 1 hour, then there are a bunch of things that I can do on the 5 minute. If I don't understand the 1 hour, then it's really hard for me to trade the 5 minute, because I do want to understand the 1 hour in order for me to get into the 5 minute time frame. For me, it has been for sure increasing my win rate tremendously when, you know, understanding the 1 hour first and then moving to the 5 minute, instead of, you know, not looking at the lower time frames or medium time frames at all and just going right into the 5 minute time frame. But that's for me personally. Maybe you have a different type of trading style, I don't know, but for me that's definitely something that has been working with me in my favor, knowing which trades to take and which trade to avoid based upon that confirmation here. So yeah, right now we're once again, geez, we're reaching that trend, all right? And the trend is your friend until the end. And the end might come very soon, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're reaching that 1 hour bounce potentially here. We have seen it there, we've seen it there, we've seen it there, we're seeing it again. But we might as well break it. And that would also give us a beautiful reaction here. So for now, we're in the middle of it. And because we have been sloping down on the 1 hour as well since yesterday, right? We have the previous daily high right there at 25.27, and then we have the previous daily low sitting at. So the previous weekly low, 24.70. So that's kind of your two major levels that you have to look for later on. And we're gonna see, are we gonna hold here? Or are we gonna squeeze and break through and close below the previous weekly PVC? If that's the case, this lower time frame range will potentially help us with the decision making. But if you just zoom out, you can see clearly that we have been just flattening out right now. We have been flattening out, and this doesn't really look like a strong bullish structure to me, to be really honest. But yeah, that's the range where we currently are waiting for that range to be breaking. Why do you trade Forex like gold, but other streamers trade gold futures? What's the difference? It doesn't really matter, man. Daniel, it doesn't really matter. Some guys, you know, utilize futures. Some guys only trade on futures. Other guys trade on spot. They trade CFDs. Okay. The difference between futures and CFDs are that in essence a CFD is you know, decentralized, and a futures chart is centralized. So all the data comes together. It's pretty accurate. You could say in most cases this chart is a little bit more on the accurate side, but even for me right now, I'm also taking trades on futures. I'm still looking at the futures chart as well, but for the majority of people here, they trade gold on the spot. So that's why we have the spot chart open up right now at the moment. It depends where you're from. It depends what you trade. Do you trade futures or do you trade CFDs? It doesn't really matter in this case right now. You can see that gold futures and gold spot are moving quite the same. It's just that it's just a different price, right? 25.42 on futures is 25.07 on spot. Creative says, I will gold sell right now. Okay. It might work out. It might work out, but be careful because we're still in that bullish trend for now. We're still holding up in that bullish trend for now. It has been very respected. Yeah, if you do close below the previous weekly POC. So if you close below the 25.03, yeah, man, I'm also into, yeah, particularly looking for short continuations on the lower time frame. Right? That's when I would love to look for this range, see what we can do here, to see if there is a chance that we break down, we push up, and we get rejected here. Because that's what the lower time frame then is telling me. Right? If you look at the previous weekly POC here on the 1 hour, and we just highlight this level, and we just set this level there, and we go to the 5 minute. So this is the previous weekly POC. There we go. And we go to the 5 minute time frame. And you close below here. And there are a lot of ways where you could say, okay, we consolidated. We might expand, right? We might tap into the fixed value area low of this range. You have seen it many times over. And we continue to come down. And that means on the 30 minute or the 1 hour, we just set in the top wick on the 1 hour time frame. And if you set in the top wick on the 1 hour time frame, we enter when the top wick is getting developed. That will be the ideal case scenario. So you break below, a new hourly candle opens up, something like that, and you get into the top wick of the hourly candle, which is on the 5 minute, your consolidation, your expansion, your retracement, your continuation play. So that will be the ideal case scenario. If you can get into a trade, when we break down, we push back up. We set in the top wick of a new candle, and then we get into the top wick. We don't have to get into the flip. We get into the top wick, and then we can put our stop loss, you know, somewhat above the highs here, right? Somewhat above, yeah, whatever, the 25.012, something like that. 25.014, 25.012 might be even better in this case. So that's what you see on the 5 minute, whereas on the 1 hour time frame, you know, you want to see a closure below previous weekly POC. So your next candle is then your retracement, which then sets in the top wick. And if that's the top wick, then we enter the top wick and we take gold down. We take gold short. That would be awesome to see. Javier says, could you please explain how the book map works? The book map works as follows. The book map is just the amount of orders that are placed above or below your levels. Now you can kind of see what's happening behind the scenes, right? They call this the level 2 data, right? And the level 2 data is either the highs or the lows right there. And you can see that we have been consolidating now in that range, and now a lot of orders are placed above and below. But what we're looking at is not particularly this range. We are looking at these orders that are placed above or below. And when big orders push up, or big orders are getting placed above or below a range, then that might be acting as somewhat of a magnet later on. So we're paying very close attention. If you trade news as well, then you see usually a big range, and then you see a lot of orders getting placed, and then the moment news comes up, they remove it. So they remove these orders, kind of like spoofing fake orders. They remove these orders, and then they leave the real orders behind, and then that utilizes as a magnet, right? And then it pulls back, and if your overall bias is correct, then it's almost a certain that's where you should enter from. So that's the way you look at it. I'm never looking at this. I'm always looking at what's happening outside of this. Where are the biggest orders placed? Outside, either above or below. The rest, what about a gecko? Yeah, we have a gecko here in my house. There's a gecko in my villa. He's hiding here somewhere. I can't find him. It's like this big. He's like this big. It's a big lizard for sure. If you hear some weird ass noises in the back, then you know that it's not me, and it's not me farting or something like that. It's the gecko in the background. All right, just so you know. Exactly. Shout out to my gecko, man. Are we saying goodbye to the 2500 area for now? Well, I mean, not yet, right? We're still above it. We're still bouncing from it. And look at this trend line, right? We talked about this trend, and the 1 hour is still holding up. It's still holding up very well. So that's why we have to just pay very close attention towards this hourly structure right now at the moment, this hourly trend. Sometimes we can overcomplicate things, but sometimes, you know, keeping it simple is just where it's at. I really think that that's sometimes the better way to do it. And especially when the trend is very obvious for now. So why shorting into that trend? Why shorting into a simple line? You know what I mean? There are a bunch of confirmations that you can see here. And you can see already that we're kind of holding above it right now again. You can see clearly that this bottom wick was set. Let me see if you guys can see the wicks here, but if not, let me highlight a little bit more. Just look at this bottom wick, getting set right here, tapping into that zone, and yeah, you know, it's not really a surprise yet. That's why everyone was rushing into shorts. You know, be careful, be careful around this hourly trend too. Is the trading floor only advanced for advanced traders? I've only been trading for 5 months now. Ask the guys in the chat that are in the VIP. Ask the guys in the chat. I think they can give you an amazing breakdown. And I think we have a lot of great guys in our group. We're currently with 100 people in our trading floor. We have around, you know, I think 1,000 people in our VIP, 100 people in our trading floor on a day-to-day basis that are consistently there every day. So you can better ask these guys in the chat right now what their experience is like. So when you see this, guys, keep it very simple, right? When you see this, you're looking to short it. You're looking to short it. Let me know in the chat here. Anyone looking to short this right now? Based upon a simple line. That's it. That's it, geez. No, I agree. I think that once you start breaking, though, you will have fantastic confirmations. You will have fantastic confirmations to look for the right setups for sure. And I'm definitely not into completely, bullish structure yet here, but obviously if you hold the buttons on the open, then this might as well just be a bigger range, and we might as well do the opposite, which is just this, which is also a possibility because the Sunday open is sitting at around 25.12, and I think we're heading there right now. We're already critically above the Sunday open. So we talked about what we're looking for, right, on the 5-minute time frame, what type of setups I am interested in for gold. These, I keep it very simple. I'm looking at consolidation around critical levels on the 1 hour, but on the lower time frame, I'm looking for consolidation, and I'm looking for a pullback into that consolidation. So this is one, and I'm looking to trade. This is one right there. Look at this. Look at this as well. Not as clean, but again, this is one. And you can see that over and over again, price respects our key levels within it, right? This was a 770 pip move. This was a, obviously this was more, this was a 100 pip move. This was a 50 pip move, right? This one didn't play out. It's not always going to work out. We tapped into it. I think we came up around, what is it? I think this was like 50 pips, and then we dropped. So this one didn't play out here because we were clearly trending down. But that's where the 1 hour comes into play, right? To understand the 1 hour time frame. So I keep that very simple. I look for ranges, I look for breakouts, and I look for retracements into the ranges for the highest probability setups on the lower time frame. And that can happen quite quickly as well. It doesn't always need to be a massive expansion. Sometimes the expansion is not as big. Sometimes you see an expansion that is a little bit smaller. So, we see this happening a lot here as well, where you already right away tap into it again and tap into one of these levels as well. Here, you see another range, you're trending up, you pull back, you break, tap into your key level, and you start holding above it. Right, you do this over and over again. So sometimes you can see that what I'm looking for is a range, and right now on a little bit bigger scale, we're creating a little bit of a bigger range on the 5-minute. But a bigger range has to do with the 1 hour, right? We're tapping into that 1 hour trend. On the lower time frame, we're consolidating. So the best case scenario is to just watch that consolidation turning into a breakout and trade to retracement of that breakout. That's it. When are you closing the yearly membership? I want to join you on Thursday. You can join us within the next 7 days or so. You have to go to my description here. You click on the VIP, LTA Concepts.ai. It's 7 days and 3 hours left. And you might think, oh, that's a marketing trick. Well, we have been closed for 2 months beforehand. All right, so sometimes we tend to close for 1 or 2 months because when a lot of guys join the group, we don't want to overcomplicate it. We can be extremely greedy, or we understand the group itself, and we understand when a lot of new guys are joining, these guys need to level up first, right? It will become a complete mess if you have constantly new guys coming into your group. So the best way to do it is by letting a certain amount of people in, level them up. Some of them will step up, right, become a representable, and then new guys come join, and then these guys can guide the other guys. It's all about teamwork, right? It's not only about Lorenzo, it's about teamwork, and it's about helping each other. That's the environment that we are want to create here. And that's why you see every single day people streaming, because they want to stream. They want to be there. They want to lead by example. And over time, you will see more and more guys stepping up. And that's why we have the rule. You have created these rules, and each rule has a certain status, right? And that status will turn into things you get. So the higher you roll, the more you will get. For me personally, the more access you will get to things like our fundamental indicators. We have been working on some tools, some tricks, some things that you might not see when you're in the lower rankings. But everyone has a fair chance of building their way up into the rankings as well. And that's the beautiful thing. So yeah, man. If you want to be interested in joining, you can join us by going to the vip.ltaconcepts.ai. Right, some guys are saying, oh, how much is it going to be? It's going to be $1,000. It's going to be $100 a month. We're putting it right now at the $200 a year. So we make it accessible for everyone, yet only for a limited amount of time until we reopen. And once we reopen, we will let you know in advance. So it might be in a month, might be in 2 months. So if it's not this time, then next time you can join again later on. Okay. 7 days left. The Sunday Open is getting broken. The 1 hour trend is getting respected. So far it seems that we're doing good. We're doing good. Yeah, I'm sure that when you see this, right, and people don't pay attention to the bigger picture and they're only looking at the lower time frame, that's when usually a lot of guys get wrecked. That's why I think if you trade the 5 minute, at least pay attention to the 1 hour. At least try to understand the 1 hour time frame as well before making a decision. Because if you were shorting right there at 25.07, 25.06, you were shorting right into a bullish upsloping trend right there, right? And that was something that you could have potentially easily avoided when looking at the 1 hour time frame. If you trade on the 5 minute, very, very simple. I really do like this overall hammer though. I really like how this hourly candle is pushing into the Sunday Open. We know that the Sunday Open is of course your major level of resistance. You know that we're on the lower time frame trading ranges. So whenever we see a range breakout retest, that's when we take trades. So, now at the moment we have a bigger range and we have a little bit of a smaller range on the 5 minute time frame. But the only thing that we need to see is a break out of it, right? Either the smaller range or the bigger range. We will see how that goes. At this moment in time though, we're still looking at longs, right? We're still looking at longs unless we are proven otherwise. We're proven otherwise by breaking below the 25.03. Simon says shorting gold while all economic factors support gold, kind of crazy. Well, sometimes shorting is the best way. I mean, this was in my opinion a really, really valid short opportunity, right? This consolidation, this expansion and this retracement was in my opinion very, very, very good short. It just depends on what time frame you trade and what your overview is in that matter. So it all depends. You also have to put it in the right context. Sometimes shorting is better, even in an uptrend, right? But when you're at critical levels on the hourly or the higher time frame, yeah, then the fundamentals matter. Then fundamentals definitely matter. That's for sure. Robin says we are compressing between the 1 hour trend line and the Sunday Open. Big move coming soon. For sure, my friend. And the big move might happen during the news. right? So if we see an expansion, then hopefully we retrace and we can take the longs or shorts depending on the move here. I would love to look for longs if we break above here. Why? Because it's supporting, or it's supported by the 1 hour. That's the main reason why. It's supported by the 1 hour time frame. User says best broker to trade gold. I would suggest to trade with Vantage. You can get a deposit bonus with Vantage if you sign up with the link. Up to $1,000. So if you deposit $1,000, you get $2,000 within your first deposit. You need to sign up and click on this link in order to get that accessibility for your deposit bonus right there. Okay, it takes you like 10 minutes to sign up, and I think you can deposit within like 30 minutes or so already. So it doesn't take you a long time before you are actually verified. So yeah, Vantage all the way. Such as price is retracing inside before the news. Also be careful. I agree, because the news is coming in around 14 minutes from now. So we have to pay very close attention to that news aspect. And yeah, you can see that clearly the US Open was not that interesting so far as well. So the news will probably do it for us. What do I want to see? I would love to see longs. I would love to see another breakout, because that means you just simply follow the trend. And the trend then leads into our friend, which could lead into the continuation. But if you do break below the 2503, I would definitely reevaluate, because yeah, man, we will definitely keep a close eye on that confirmation there as well. But on the lower time frame, it's pretty straightforward what we're looking for. The Sunday Open is really strong. Yeah, Sunday Open is really, really strong right now. But the news will potentially, I think the news will do it though. The news will do it. Simon says gold will keep pushing till the Fed cut rates. So I think 2600 is a big possible move. It might be that it's continuing its momentum until the rate cut, and then it's like a sell the news event, particularly. Could be. September is a really bad month for gold. Really bad month for gold. One of the worst months. It is the worst month of the year. Over the last 15 years. 20 years. Yeah, man. News in 10 minutes. Let's get out of that range. Let's do something. Let's do something here. Let's see if you can break. You have this zone, and then you have the hourly. So you're literally in between, and there's news coming. So guess what's gonna happen? All right. When you have this and when you have this, guess what's gonna happen? You know, we're gonna get somewhat of a breakout here. That's it. Something like a breakout here. Right, Pro, sir, how much is the cost of your book? It's free. It is free, my friend. It is completely free. New order 2560. 2560 is there. Big order at 2560. Chan says, I read the ebook twice. How can I get access to the LTA lecture series? Yeah, you will have access to it if you are joining our VIP, my friend. You get access to the lecture series, the daily setup, the live trading floor, which I've been showing you guys already for a while, right? Where the guys are trading every day, analyzing, talking, communicating, looking at the right setups here. So it's like your signal channel, but a little bit more with perspective, with context. The reason why I don't like signal channels like that, buy now this, that, right there and there, put your stop loss there, is because I want you to understand why trades are taken, right? And the reason why guys are improving as a trader is because they understand why other guys are taking setups, why they're looking at what they're looking at. So that's of course where the magic is at, right there. Much higher success rate, much higher, much higher. Any prediction on the news? I don't try to predict the news, but we have been talking about gold for an hour already. So you know what we should be looking for. And otherwise, go a little bit back into the beginning of the stream. We explicitly talk about gold. Nick says, what year did gold have a positive month in September? I want to go back in what it was. 2016, gold was up 0.6%. That was the best month in the last 10 years for gold. 0.6% in September. It's actually crazy, right? It's crazy. Yeah, if you look at it, it's actually crazy. If you really think about it. Because that's actually, it's actually not that great. If I'm correct, 0.6%. I just want to confirm it right now. September. No, 0.53% is the best month over the last 10 years for gold. 0.53%. 0.53%. Yeah. And then people say, yeah, gold is not seasonal. What do you mean gold is not seasonal? Pre-liquidity says, and the December rally is real. That's also an absolute fact. December tend to be very good for gold as well here. I completely agree. By the way, I just realized indeed that it might be 0.6%. Now I'm looking at it because it was on, I don't know, even that. No, on futures it is 0.43%. And you can see that especially December is one of the best performers for gold, right? December and January are usually where, you know, we tend to be more on the bullish side, right? So December and January, more on the bullish side, whereas September is usually the worst month. September and, yeah, September in general. September has been just significantly worse. And it's interesting if you see the, you know, gold coming up all the way now, the whole month, heading into September. And then the rate cuts coming along. You should say, oh, that should bring gold prices even higher. But the question is it priced in or not? Is it not just because everyone is expecting it that it's going to do something else? That's what we're trying to see here. All right, we have news in 5 minutes, so I suggest to wait for the news here. Like I said, the way we trade here is we're looking for ranges. We're looking for ranges, we're looking to trade the ranges. The ranges has been extremely beneficial here for gold. And I think once again, if we start to break out of this range, you know, we might be able to limit it a little bit into like a smaller kind of range here based upon this structure. I think this is fine. Then you will find potentially the setups that we need here. Right, similar is what you've seen here. It was a very clean range, similar to there, and similar to last week where you've seen it all the time, right? All the time as well. You know, last week particularly, we had so many scenarios where we just got rejected from a range, a smaller range, once we expanded back into it. So we had this one, you had this one, right there, you had that one, you had a smaller range right here, you had this one as well. So yeah, we're looking at ranges, that's it. We're looking at ranges. We are aware of the 1 hour time frame right now. We are aware of what's happening here. And we know that there is support from this trend, this 1 hour trend here. And we have news in 4 minutes. And if we internally now look at the 5 minute, which is then this range, and you start seeing a break out of it, then I think the best opportunities will present itself. Yeah, look at that beauty as well. We talked about we talked about these big orders, right? Look what happened now on gold tier 2560. You suddenly see a big order getting placed right there. And what's happening? Gold is leading into that level. Gold is trying to break into that level. And this is of course on the futures chart, right? So it's that top range that you see there, right there, okay? That's where potentially we will see somewhat of a reaction from if price pulls back into that level as well. So on the 5 minute, like we talked about here, we're talking, I think, roughly around, and I'm not sure what it is on spot, but I think it's around here. It's around that same level, 25, 24, a big order placed. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Jackson Robinson says, buy standing for now, wait for confirmation. Too many ball twisting possibilities in this moment. Yeah, for now, this looks great on the 1 hour, but on the lower time frame, the confirmations will lead into the range itself. So it's going to be something like this, breakout type of play, pullback, continuation, or just the opposite where we break down. We pull back and we have a continuation. We take a trade internally like that. Like we have this range to work with. I think in both cases, it makes sense. So either any breakout now makes sense because we earned it hourly. So either that means we're just going to hold up and we're just going to set a new highs and we're going to take out previous daily highs at 25.27. And that's our target, to take out the previous daily highs, which then makes sense. Right, which is right around, I think that's right around there, right? That's right around there. And that's a previous daily high, yeah. So previous daily highs, or we just flip bearish and we just start to break that bigger play, and that could result into a much bigger trade. Well, let's see. We have our zones already set. Let's see. 103. for the dollar. Let's see what the dollar is doing. Push up a little bit or what? Yeah, a little bit. It's doing a little bit of work. And that's why gold is coming down also a little bit. But definitely not much volume. That's for sure. Definitely not much volume right now at the moment. You can see this based upon the dollar. Dollar is in that range. Dollar is holding up. News came out positive for the dollar. Got 103 is overall pretty good. And you can see right now that we're kind of holding up in this range, and we're looking for a break out of it. And I mean, yeah, we're still in the range. We're still in the 5-minute range. Any chance for a giveaway? I think giveaways will be on the Thursday, man. Thursday is giveaway day. Let's make Thursday our giveaway day, yeah? Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's check out the indices as well. Gold is just ranging on the 5-minute. Let's definitely check out the indices. Oh yeah, we did bounce from that level, man. We did bounce from that level. We talked about it in our group. Early previous week very high. Yo, this might be bullish, man. This might be bullish for the Nasdaq. This looks bullish to me. If we start breaking the highs and you have this consolidation move, we manipulate down during the New York Open. We break above, typical entry model 3 long, or if you want to look for the lower time frame confirmation, then you know, a retracement long is also a long entry, and then targeting the Sunday Open. So yeah, maybe indices, man. Maybe the Nasdaq again, similar to Friday. Similar to Friday, and we took that Nasdaq trade. Might be similar. Lorenzo, any ideas on Anton Krill ITPM? I think it's pretty decent. I heard about, I went through it. I think it's pretty decent. The only thing that you have to take consideration that it's just built around stocks. It's built around stocks. And a lot of options trading as well. So if you're not really into stocks, and you're not really interested in stocks, then this might not be the right thing for you. With his approach, but I do like him a lot. I do understand his professionality. You know, his credibility speaks for itself. No trading range, yeah, still no trading range. You can see why. Right, that's why I'm looking at the lower time frame, you know, right now on the 5-minute time frame. But you know, you're in a range, you're flattening out, you're not doing anything. But you know, the bigger the move will be once you start breaking out of it. Like at some point, we're gonna start making a move, and then it's just all about capitalizing on the pullback. If you get the opportunity, if that happens today. So I'm gonna give it 30 minutes. If nothing happens, then you know, I'm gonna leave gold for now for what it is, for sure. I'm not gonna sit there and stare at the chart all day if we're just in the range. And that's it. But I do believe that you know, we're working towards a bigger move for gold. And this week might be still a very big move coming. Because of the monthly closure, of course. So we are extremely aware of that. Dollar is weak. Yeah, the dollar is still definitely on the weaker side, for sure. Dollar is definitely getting rejected here. There's no follow through. This news was supposed to be very good. 103.3. I don't really think it will have such a big impact specifically. It depends on how big the difference is. In this case, it did not really have had an impact whatsoever. You know, otherwise we would have seen a much bigger move. But I think we're preparing for the GDP. Most importantly, for the GBP, the core PC price index. You know, compare this news with the CPI, the CPI, the PCE, combine that with the monthly candle closure. So the monthly candle closure, the PCE, and then a 1700 pip move to the upside that we have seen already since the beginning of August for gold. So hey, if gold slows down, then we might sit in the high, in my opinion, either today or tomorrow. And if the high is set on a Wednesday, I'm going to be very critical for bullish continuation. From a Wednesday onwards, I'm going to be very critical for bullish continuation. I'm going to pay very close attention to shorting possibilities from that. For now, I mean, we could easily still hold above this trend in my opinion right now and just, you know, set in a high and internally just wait for that breakout, retracement, and continuation. But yeah, extremely critical, that's for sure, from a Wednesday onwards, heading into the monthly candle closure. Bitcoin is melting, yeah. Man, I have actually some sick ass information about Bitcoin. While we're waiting for gold to make a move. Or the Nasdaq. I'm fine with the Nasdaq too. If the Nasdaq does something and breaks out of the range, I'm fine with trading Nasdaq as well. To be honest, you know, similar to Friday. Yeah, I really do like that we consolidate, that we manipulate the lows, and that we're now trying to potentially go for the highs here. And if these highs are taken out, then you will target the, you know, the London opens here. I actually believe that if you go long, that there might be a scenario where you pull back towards the Sunday open. Alvarez, do you determine where big orders are placed? I will definitely look at big orders in the market, man. Because they work as somewhat of a magnet. That's why I'm actually much more on the bullish side now for gold today. You know, we have that 1 hour trend. We're holding above this trend. We're breaking back above the Sunday open. The reason why we're waiting for confirmation is that if you have to long, if you want to go long here, your safe stop loss will be below the lows. And that is at 2,501. So if you are able to handle a 120 pip stop loss, it becomes super nice, super easy, right? Maybe a 97 pip stop loss. Obviously for a lot of people, this is not going to work out. That's why the 5-minute time frame will help us with our decision making. When we start breaking out of this range and we pull back, we can reduce our stop tremendously. But like I said, I'm gonna give it 20 minutes. If gold is not moving within the 20 minutes here, I'm gonna take it easy on this moment, because yeah, we can stare at gold for another hour. But if you're in this range doing nothing, then you know, we know it's coming. We know it's coming. But when is it coming? When is it happening? Is it happening now? Is it happening in an hour, in 2 hours? It's probably gonna happen when I close the stream. So it might be even better. But for sure, I would say, yeah, if you look here at the Nasdaq, they look at that big order placed there at 2560, you know, that's what you want to see. You want to see these big orders getting placed at certain levels in the market. One of them being obviously the 2560 on futures. Keep in mind it's futures, so you always have to look at the futures chart as well. Futures chart is GC. That's your ticker symbol. You type in GC, get the gold futures chart, right? And then you look at 2560. Where is that? Well, that's this range. You go back to spot. If you trade spot, and you see, okay, well, that's then the same range I'm looking for. That's potentially where we're moving into, or we might be moving into. I have to say Nasdaq looks good as well. In this case, I don't believe in this aspect, right? The consolidation, expansion, retracement. I believe much more in this consolidation, the manipulation, and then the expansion, than a retracement to look for longs right here. Enter longs right there, and then placing your stops either below the lows or at the local lows right there, depending on your key level. And just place your stop there to target the Sunday open. So I would love to see the Nasdaq pushing up and creating a higher high and higher low for longs. At least gold is doing something. Trading tip says, my daily routine is trading, gym, study, sleep, boring life. Well, sometimes in boring life is the life you need, man. Sometimes you need to be boring to become not so boring over time. Sometimes boring is a necessity. Guys want to have too much fun when they don't deserve it yet. You know what I mean? As a child, you can play around, you can fuck around, you can have some fun. Once you grow up, it's time to get serious, to earn your fun again. That's your whole mission now, is that it's a video game, right? You have to earn your stripes again when you grew up, when you get your beard going. That's when you have to start thinking, hey, might have to deserve it now. I might have to deserve my fun again. So when you're in that in-between phase, then don't worry, because the fun can come if you put in the work. Yeah, I would love to see something like this for NAS. Something like this. Something like this for sure. And then long it from like there on a retracement, stop loss depends where the lows where the lows are, and targeting the Sunday open. Something like that on the Nasdaq. That's one layer. Gold is doing something. That's good. Finally, we're making at least some moves here. Even though we're still in the range. True market, this is Lorenzo. Why are you not taking this trade? Gold, which trade? Which trade? Your trade or my trade? Lorenzo, did you claim DOX tokens? No, what are DOX tokens? I have no idea what DOX tokens are. What are DOX tokens? I have no idea what it is. DOX token, I don't know. What is DOX token? Is that another meme coin or what? What is it? I have no idea. Why looking too long there from the Nasdaq? Because this is typically how the Nasdaq moves. This is a typical Nasdaq. This is a typical Nasdaq. So for example, you're trending down. It's actually very similar, by the way, to what is happening on gold right now. Very similar. You have this trend, right? Cool. Nasdaq is trending upwards. It has been coming down. It's now recovering, kind of. We're seeing this initial push. We might be holding up here. We might be setting in a low here from, this structure. Right now, we're holding above. We're setting in a new trend. Again, a recovery trend, let's say. Then on the 15-minute, the London and the Asian session is just, they're ranging. Right? London and Asia is ranging. And it sets in the bottom during New York open. And then it takes they take out the Asian and London highs. Once the Asian and London highs are taken out, it pulls back. Why? Because stop losses are getting triggered here. Okay, so if you want to know where the Asian high and low is, you can use this tool. Asian session range, it's called. All right, you see the green. the London high, this is the Asian high. The Asian high is already taken out. So you go for the London high. Once the London high is taken out, you pull back. Why? Because stop losses are getting triggered, because there are a bunch of stop losses built up here always. And then you pull back into, I think, this previous range. So you flip this range from resistance into support. And I think this is where the safest and best long setups are occurring, with the stop loss below the particular local lows, targeting the Sunday open. The Sunday open is important because you fill up that whole gap. And the Sunday open in general is a crucial level for the indices always. You've seen how important the indices respond to the opening price of the week. So when you see this break, stop loss getting triggered, London high taken out, pullback, that's when we enter long. That's when I would enter long. Most definitely. It's a typical Nasdaq setup. Typical Nasdaq. Marco says, hi Lorenzo, I saw my trade in the LTA wins. It was worth to hold over the weekend. Nice, Marco. Nice. Let me show me, G. Show me the setup. Show me the trade. Show me the trade. Show me the trade. Nice. What was it? Euro GBP short. Got it. Nice. Awesome, bro. Beautiful. Well done. As always. Every week, my friend. Every week. Every week you're killing it. Beautiful. Some good days, some bad days, but overall, when you zoom out and you look at the week, doing fantastic. What about US30? Similar to the Nasdaq, but I have to say the Nasdaq looks cleaner to me. The Nasdaq looks much cleaner to me right now at the moment than the Dow Jones, the US30. Much cleaner. I mean, it's similar though. It's similar, but it's very choppy here, man. Very choppy around here. I'd much rather look at the Nasdaq for now. You have the same range. You're getting rejected from it, right? If you do break above it, yeah, you will have similar setup. But I do prefer the Nas. I do prefer to trade the Nasdaq. Yeah, most definitely. Dollar rejected. So if the dollar breaks down here and starts flipping, then of course gold is going to be more on the bullish side. That's for sure. And because we trade ranges, you have that beautiful level here. For example, we have now the 2511. I think that's already by default a fantastic level to look at. For example, if you start looking on the lower time frame, this 2511, 2512, these two levels right here. I think this might be a beautiful level to take a long from, either the 2512 or 2511. That would give us something similar to I think the fixed PUC we saw here as well, right? Oh, that was the fixed very low. Similar. Or the fixed PUC right here from this range. There we go. So we might pull back towards the either 25.12, 25.11. I'm starting to really like it now. I start to like the way we're pulling back. Or sorry, we are moving up, you better say. So let's see if there is some movement here. I'm happy that we're at least moving a little bit. Otherwise, I definitely was not worth it to keep the stream open for gold. But at least we're moving a bit. So that's good. Good to see that we are starting to break through. Definitely more bullish side here with the weak dollar. Dollar is supposed to be more on the bullish side with this news. Didn't really respond to it. Doesn't really care. Gold above this hourly range, holding up very well. You put it all together, you take this to the lower time frame, and yeah, you're gonna find some serious setups right there around these lows. Hopefully. Nasdaq doing it also? Okay. Nicolangelo says, I signed up with Vantage last week and I'm very impressed so far. Thank you for the recommendation. Beautiful. Yeah, man. Low spreads, right? Low spreads. And a nice deposit bonus. So let's say we have this move now. We pull back, stops. And what was the target here? 25.60. So that's, I think it's around 25.24. Something like this. Yeah, the 30-minute candle closure as well. That's good. They have the 30-minute candle closure. If the 30-minute sets in the bottom wick, then that might be an entry. And the Nasdaq is going. The Nasdaq is going. Let's see if we can take out the London highs first. Yeah, I think something like this is what I'm looking for. Depending where the stop is going to be, depends on the candle closures. So if the 30-minute closes and it sets in a nice bottom wick, then at first, then I'm definitely keeping it small. Let's see. Otherwise, why don't you mark out 2 ranges? Because we're kind of in a small range and the bigger range. I think it doesn't really matter because both levels align perfectly. So you can also just keep this one. But the point is that you kind of break out of this smaller range, right? You have this smaller range, you break out of this smaller range. And I do think that this is a pretty valid expansion. So if you pull back, then we have this potential retracement or a sort of continuation as well. And then that could lead into the pullback towards the highs here. And that would align with what we're seeing a little bit higher, right? A bunch of orders getting filled there. So yeah. Well, disrespecting the previous week is very high. Yeah, I agree. It's right there. But so far, we're looking very good. We're very strong. And the dollar is just absolutely just getting... any pullback is just an instant sell-off. Instant sell-off for the dollar here. All right, this is what I want to see, guys. This is what you want to see for the NAS. That breakout. Then we utilize the range. And then we take the pullback of that range as our tool, as our trade. So it's actually quite nice now, to be honest. Nasdaq is also looking pretty good. Which one is gonna be? Which one is gonna go first? Is it gold or is it the Nasdaq? Typical, right? Typical Nasdaq. Typical Nasdaq. Typical consolidation. Market opens, manipulate the lows, and you look for longs. And you look for either longs internally here, and if you're too late, then the retest of the previous range, 16,017. Targeting sorry, 19,617, targeting the 19,788. Jackson Robinson said, Lorenzo, can you share some info on funded next, stellar accounts, and so on and so on? I'm currently using FTMO, but I'm also in the upper limit number accounts funding, looking to go funded next or alpha. Yeah, the stellar can be very useful if you're an experienced trader. It's even better in my opinion to look for the stellar. It just gives you a better setup overall, and it's just kind of easier. It gives you also a higher profit split as well, and you have something that's called news trading, right? News trading allowed, right? You want to have news trading allowed too, which is kind of interesting. Sometimes you don't have to worry about news. Maybe you're not trading news, but maybe by accident you take a trade around the news, which happens sometimes, right? If you're one of these guys that potentially do that, then be careful, because well, with funded next, with the stellar, you don't have to really worry about that. That's the bigger deal. Profit split is higher, right? Up to 95% as well. The profit target is 80% instead of 10%. All right. So it just helps you a little bit more to look for the right move. So if you select it, make sure you type in limitless 8. Your discount, if you click on the link in the description with the limitless 8 code, then you get an 8% discount on your challenges. What to pick now? Gold or less? I have to say Nasdaq looks also really clean because this sideways, this expansion that we've seen. Any pullback into our key levels also is very interesting because it's very clean here. There's not much traction around here. There's not much happening there. So yeah, that's definitely interesting as well. Both of them, yeah, both of them. Sunday open also is at 25.12, right? A retest of the Sunday open aligns perfectly with the fixed very high. The fixed POC. So you have everything aligning there if you look at it from that angle. The retest of the Sunday open, the fixed very high, the fixed POC, the range, the internal range, the bullish trend, right? The 1 hour bullish trend, the breakout, dollar being weak. Yeah, this is actually really nice. If you look at your stops and you put it like right underneath. Could also be the fixed POC, by the way. Just keep a close eye on any of these levels here. 16,600 to 17 or 600 and 600. 19,600. 19,600. But for gold, I think we're getting very close also. So might just go for gold, huh? Rises, hi Lorenzo, if you calculate the RR at the end of the month of trading, any idea how much your realized RR per trade will be? Well, in this case, for Top Step, right, the funded accounts, if you look at our 100K funded account, so 2 times 50, right, and you start looking at the wins and the losses right here, right, you can say with confidently that the losses have been significantly smaller, right? These are all the losses. And these are all the wins. You can see that the wins are much bigger, right, than the losses, like 300, 300, 287, 145, 123, right? Whereas the biggest loss was 125, but all these other losses on average are like $12, $17, $8, $18, $20, $36, $54, right? So the wins are much bigger than the losses. So if you would calculate the average risk to reward, I would say that it's significantly better because of the small losses and the bigger wins. In this case, we're calling our trades a little bit quicker with our funded account. Depends, why don't you trade first breakout? Too many fake outs. Too many fake outs. Too many fake outs. And we're trading on the 5 minute. We're not trading on the 1 hour right now. So we're trading on the 5 minute time frame. Joshua says, just got here. Someone please explain what confirmation we're waiting for on gold. If you just got here, then you might as well just pull back a little bit. Or should we, especially for you, do the whole analysis all over again? You let me know. Sometimes just going back a couple minutes, like, oh shit, this is live, but I can pull back to the beginning of the stream and just watch it. The higher the NAS goes, the better it's going to be. If the NAS pulls up, like higher, and we pull back, the better it's going to be. We can look for really like a high, low, long step up for the Nasdaq. I barely see price moving back down all the way like that. I really like with these type of moves, breaking structure like that and then setting in the higher low. I mean, I have seen it. It's the same pattern, man. It happens all over again. Sometimes it's consolidation, expansion, retracement. So sometimes it's like we utilize this range and we just trade that, and you can see how it pulled back into this one. Look how beautifully it pulled back into the fixed BUC right there, right? You consolidated, you manipulated, you expanded, retraced, and you sold off. We took this trade on the re-entry on a Friday. And now at this moment, it's the other way around. So it's the consolidation, the manipulation, the expansion. That's the second pattern. It's kind of the other pattern. So you need to know which one is going to play out at which moment. And if you can figure that out, then yeah, you have pretty high accuracy. I would say, you know, around 80%. Around 80%. So that means that we're still going to be wrong. Nothing is perfect, obviously. GNR, funny ones, is check the 2-hour time frame. There is a head and shoulders pattern. Maybe, yeah, maybe. If you calculate this and then, I don't really know. Is it this one and then, well, this one? No, I don't know. I don't really see it too much, to be honest. Oh, maybe it's this one. Is this one? Is this one? Is that what you mean? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. For me personally, it's just, I like to look at ranges, internal ranges. If I see a breakout of a range and we pull back and we hold support, then I'm looking for that trade. And if it aligns with my 1 hour bias, so let's say my 1 hour bias is long right now. Why is my 1 hour bias long? Well, my 1 hour bias is long because we have been now holding above this trend, this 1 hour trend, which is a respectable trend, clearly. So that's one of my confluences. Then I have the Sunday open, which is the opening price of the week, which is always an important level. We closed, or we are tempted to close this above. So that's the Sunday open, right? A reclaim above the Sunday open is a good sign after bouncing from that initial trend. Now I look at the dollar. The dollar is not doing much. The dollar is on the weaker side, actually. It is still weak on the higher time frame. On the lower time frame, it's just practically just chopping up here, which gives gold in essence a free roll, right? Because this is in essence a downward sloping trend for the dollar. And if the dollar comes down, it benefits gold. You have seen this, previously as well. If you take this internally, yeah, then I am looking at the internal longs, internal confirmation longs. And then I look at, where are a lot of orders placed? Well, 25.60. Obviously, there is definitely a bunch of orders placed. You can see that around there. People view this as resistance. But you can also view this as liquidity and orders, or whatever the case may be here. So what needs to happen? I pull back towards the 25.12, which is the range. We work with that strategy, where we have a range, we have an expansion, and then we utilize any of our levels. There are always 3 levels we can choose from. In this case, the fixed value low. Right, we saw this one as our first level. When you break above and you pull back, it's the fixed value high. Not the fixed value low, it's the fixed value high. So that first level, the fixed value high, is at 25.1276. So that's why I'm long biased on 1 hour, and that's why I'm internally just looking for long confirmations. That's all it is. Nasdaq is similar. It's slightly different because of the manipulation that happens around the highs and lows, and then it usually tends to make the real move. So it might set in the higher low, right? The higher low right now to start and come back to the Sunday open. That's another particular entry. So I don't mind taking both, but I would prefer to take one at a time. One at a time. And if it's gold, it's gold. If it's Nasdaq, it's Nasdaq. The reason why gold would be nice as well, to get to that 25 or 12 to look for a long setup, because your risk to reward is pretty good. And it's the retest of the Sunday open as well, right? Also, it's also really nice. So yeah, let's see if we can pull back into our key levels. But we always work with these key levels because they just work. They work. Yasin says, sorry, I didn't mean KU Lorenzo individually, but it's possible to withdraw 500k to your bank. Well, on Vantage, I deposited and withdrew 100k plus multiple times. So yeah, why else would I trust a broker with like $100,000 on it, $150,000 sometimes? So yeah, for sure it's possible. It's just a number. Let's see where the VWAP is at. The VWAP is a little bit low. Slightly lower. Yeah, this is for sure validated. For now, it's not important. So it's long or nothing. Long or nothing for now. Would you take the trade if it taps 25.12? Yeah. Yes, I would. I would look for maybe 1 5-minute candle reaction play, kind of seeing how it goes. You know what I mean? But I would definitely look for a long there, yeah. Oh, those orders placed? Nah, no limit order today. No limit order today. What key factors would invalidate this current gold setup? Yeah, a splash through it. So like an immediate waterfall. So no, not a single reaction from our levels. So yeah, that's the only thing I would not look for. Of course, that would invalidate my long buys, at least in the short term. So hopefully we get something like a pullback there and boom, push up. That would be nice. Very. Nicholas, do you have any swing trade potential setups? Not at the moment, unfortunately. Not. Tomorrow I will probably have something. I'm still doing my deep work. Yeah, I have some things in my mind, but I don't want to talk about it yet. Lorenz, what was your worst year in trading? Did you end up big negative? And if yes, how did you deal with that? I mean, I've lost a lot of money before. A lot of money. You know what the problem is? I cannot even call it serious. I don't even want to tell you it's my worst year because every year was a worse year. Every year was a bad year until I started making money. So it's like, yeah, I had so many worse years. So, you know, I wouldn't even calculate. I calculate from like the last 3.5 years where I would say, okay, like, yeah, now we can start counting. Now we can count. That's when things would start to go pretty well. Will gold make a new all-time high, which is the gold thing to do? Yes, maybe, but be careful with the monthly candle closure. Right, it is the 27th of August 2024. We have 4 days left for the monthly candle to close. The monthly. September is the worst month for gold over the last 10 years. 91% of the time we end up bearish. And we only end up bullish once in 2016. And that was a 0.4% move. Wow. 0.4%. We're getting into the rate cut type of scenario. So the more and deeper we get into September, the more interesting it's gonna get because of the potential rate cut. Now you could say that's bullish for gold, but you could also say that that's gonna be a major sell the news event. So yeah, we might be looking very good now. Or we might be sitting in the top at the end of August. We'll see. Yeah, give me 1 second, please. What a timing. What a timing. Pull back here a little bit at least. What about the Nas? Nasdaq is already going. Nasdaq is already going. Doesn't really matter if you do break down though, or create a higher low at some point. Still looking at longs. Rather pullback. Hourly closure is in 30 seconds as well. 30-second hourly closure. So it wouldn't be nice. It would be nice if the next hourly sets in the bottom wick and then taps into the Sunday open and holds there. Same level, right? On futures. Similar. Do you put a buy limit? No buy limit. No. Because that has to do with the closure of the candle. The new hourly candle, there we go. Okay, it's actually kind of nice though, because that's what you want. You closed above the Sunday open, if that's, you know, that might be the support we're looking for. So it might be a little bit lower. It might be around there. Well, that's what I mean. You will see when I do something for sure. I'll let you know. Yeah, it's a bye-bye dollar for sure. Dollar is not looking that strong now. And if you take this to the dollar basket, the custom basket as well, it's just not looking strong at all. And the dollar is losing its momentum against any other currency out there. So if the dollar continues to drive, this should be beneficial for gold, right? It should be beneficial for gold. Yes, it says you're watching ICT on the other screen. No. Oh, is there a way to see your trade record? So yeah, we had our spreadsheet, or we still have our spreadsheet, of course. However, ever since we have now become funded as well on the site, we're just building up a funded account currently. So we're just doing this to actually be even more transparent. So it is actually for transparency reasons. The reason why we're doing this right now is because we want to make sure that I can show that if I can do it, you can do it too. And that it's not that difficult to become a funded trader and get some of these payouts for the first time. Just a quick question, what are your inputs on your volume profile? 128, row size 70. 128.70. I hope we don't go from here. Is the spreadsheet only on stream? Only on stream, yeah, only on stream. But it's until, I think, updated until Top Step came into play here, so. Chris Anderson says 536 live ICT trading right now, lol, the gold is growing. Interesting. very interesting. I think he sees that same setup as what I see. That's what I think. But in a different way. In a different way. Or it's against it. I don't know. I have no idea. But for the Nasdaq, I think higher low entry. I think that we're gonna see a higher low trade. That's what I think. Uh-oh. I hope gold is gonna come. Get there, get to that level here. Let's see. Otherwise, it's the otherwise Nasdaq. Otherwise Nasdaq. Let's see about the Nas as well. Let's see. Let's put on some different songs, by the way. Let's see what we have. There we go. There we go. These. Okay. Says you're too late. Maybe. We'll see. But I'm never too late because it's my strategy. It's my strategy. Sorry, watch ICT for a second. Let's see what he thinks. Let's see what he says. We might watch it later. It's a buy. No, it's not a buy limit. No. So let's remove this bigger range. It's that smaller range breakout right now. I think we can anticipate. I think we can utilize this. Similar as what you've seen here. You have that break. You have that retest. You get rejected there. Similar to there. Consolidation, break, retest. This I would say shorting made sense there. It might even made sense there. But ever since we bounced from this 1 hour trend, I don't think that shorting makes sense at all. We're trading above the Sunday open. We bounced from that 1 hour trend. We respected the previous weekly POC. So practically all the, longs are definitely favorable. So I would probably not even short if I get the opportunity to short on the lower time frame anymore. Only would look for longs. That's it. In essence, what you're gonna see is you're gonna see them on the 1 hour time frame. So what we see on the lower time frame is this. We're seeing a pullback into either the fixed POC or the fixed value high. That's what we're seeing. Somewhere around there. And what we're seeing on the 1 hour time frame is then the retest of the Sunday open, actually. Also, which is then just a 1 hour retest, let's say. Right? A little bit lower maybe, but it's very close. And then stop loss below the previous hourly wick. So that's the 2507.6, and that's also the same on this one, 2507. So it's pretty aligned. And to be honest, the slower we go, the better it is. Is sometimes when you're creeping down like that, you just start to do this, and you get to your key level, and you just go. We'll see. Never chase price. Never chase price. Screwed me over too much in the past. Unless it's a nice flip or something like that. What if it goes directly above the swing high? Then no trade, man. You've seen these trades working out in the past. You know exactly what kind of trades we take on the lower time frame here. So every time we tap into one of these key levels, you know, you get these type of opportunities over and over and over again. Over and over again. So for us, there's no need to chase price because it just works. It just works only when you're aligned with the buys, with the higher time frame buys. That's why I keep saying, just look on the 1 hour time frame. And understand the 1 hour time frame before you make a conclusion on the 5 minute. Otherwise, it's not worth it. Same thing here, right? Consolidate. This is we talked about this trade as well. Consolidation, retracement. It always comes back to these key levels, and if it just doesn't come back there, yeah, it's once in a while. It just doesn't come back to it, and then it is what it is. Isn't the ICT always looking at the Nasdaq? Now I'm thinking about it. I think so. I think so. Let's see.
You have that moment when I was teaching, if you take a bunch of red apples and you have one green apple, throw it up in the air, your eye is going to go to the green apple, but you're going to be distracted with all the other cards. You don't care so much about that green apple unless it's your
green apple, blue apples, pink apples, 19,600 and yeah, somewhere in the range. Interesting. It's actually, I don't know. It's completely different. Completely different. We'll see. see as a motivational speaker, obviously obvious setups and too much talking. He's definitely a great speaker, man. You cannot take it away. You can't take that away from the man. You cannot take it away from the man, right? It's a fact. It's a fact. He's for sure a great speaker, and most importantly, when he talks, he just, you know, and I know how it is for like the, you know, a person here. He triggers all the pain points perfectly, all the pain points, all the emotional triggers. It is. I mean, that, you know, if you have respect for something, I have respect for something like that. A lot of respect for that, because it's not an easy job to do that. You have to give respect where respect is given, right? That's just the reality. Regardless of the strategy or the man or whatever his motives are, you know, look at the positives, look at the skills. For example, there are a lot of guys personally that I don't like. Not that many, but there are definitely a few. But even from the guys I don't like, I always think, what are the things that I could learn from him? There's always something you can learn from someone. And the problem with a lot of people is, because they don't like the person, they neglect the value. Right approach, sir, how much time wait for a single trade? I think it will take around 4 hours from now. Yeah, dollar is kind of retesting. So if the dollar pushes up here and we get into this, yeah, how can we call this? You know, the local support, and we turn this into resistance, then that might be aligning very well with what we're looking for, right? And that is a rejection of the dollar and a retracement into the Sunday open for gold, which then should be aligning with either one of these levels. I don't know exactly which one it's going to be. The 2512.7 or the 2511.5. It's one of those. Let's see. And if it breaks through it, it's obviously invalidated, so we don't have a trade. But we'll see. So what you in essence are seeing now is a smaller level of consolidation. So how great would it be if this smaller level of consolidation leads into the same thing as what we've seen with the Nasdaq, and that is the manipulation into our key levels to then expand bullish. So why not just waiting for the 1 minute now to create that low, to manipulate the lows, make people believe we're going to come down, hold here, find support there, and then push up. So that you even have that confirmation on the lowest of levels, even on the 1 minute. You see that consolidation, manipulation, and expansion. Same thing as what you've seen on the Nasdaq as well, right? On the 5 minute, the consolidation, the manipulation, the expansion. This could easily happen on gold now on the lower time frame. Fractals, baby. Fractals. According to your best session to trade gold, it depends, bro. Sometimes London is killing it, and sometimes New York is killing it. It really depends on the market, man. It's hard to give you a certain answer, to be honest. Sometimes New York is super annoying because there is no, you know, there's so much news, right? It all depends. It all depends. But guys, thank you for the subs. Yes, we're getting closer and closer to the 99,000 subscribers on this channel that we started 3 years ago. Shout out to you, all right? Just from live streaming, supporting the boy. Appreciate it. Not that far away anymore. Don't do this. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Yo, Nasdaq is looking, I mean, as you know, we have an alternative, but don't leave it gold. Are you in the trade? I'm not in the trade, no. Like I said before, we have our strategy, right? And we have our key levels. We have our key levels set, all right? On the lower time frame in this case. Every time we look at a reaction from our key levels. And if it doesn't go there, there's nothing we can do. We don't chase price. It's gonna happen once in a while. It's gonna happen once in a while. It is what it is. It is what it is. If that's the case, it is what it is. It's gonna happen once in a while. You see how many times it reacts perfectly from these levels, right? So when it doesn't, or it just doesn't, you know, it is what it is. At least your analysis is correct. At least you understand that, you know, your bias is still correct, right? It's also important. But yeah, that's it. Once in a while, it doesn't come back to your key level. Right? Hey brother, just in case someday you need a video editor, around how much you would pay your editor. We don't talk prices, G. We don't talk prices here. I'm streaming, by the way. I'm not. Maybe in the future I will need a video editor for sure. But yeah, man. It might, you know, who knows? Who knows? Hey, Bunny says NAS is the cleaner setup. I mean, we're getting there now. So we still have the Nasdaq We still have the Nasdaq in case, all right? We're not going to chase gold. We still have the Nasdaq. You know, price comes back 90% of the time. It gets back to your key levels before it moves. If it doesn't, not going to chase it. Not going to chase it. Not going to chase it. I do like the Nasdaq as well, by the way. I really think that this is a nice potential setup here. I was looking, maybe it hit on futures. No, but it also didn't tap on the futures chart either. So it came close, but it didn't tap into it. For sure not. Yeah, we still have the Nasdaq, right? Nasdaq, same thing. If gold just runs, looks very strong, huh? Looks very strong. It might still do it. It might still come back, but we have to really keep a close eye on the on the lower, on even the 1 minute to see what's happening around there. If that's the case for gold, if gold still comes back down, we'll reevaluate there. But the Nasdaq is getting there now, so. Ryan says, hi Lorenzo, any tips on how we can improve our trade management? I usually either over manage or under manage. Hence the RR gets screwed up. It's one of the most difficult things in trading. It's not getting in and out of positions. It's the management of the trade. And I try also to have a very mechanical system for it. But even that sometimes is not the way to go. Sometimes being dynamic is just the way it is, and being more dynamic is the best way. Sometimes you're going to be very aggressive, sometimes you're going to be very passive, you're going to be a defensive trader. It all depends on the market conditions, it depends on the structure, it depends on the time frame you trade on. There are so many things, and it only just comes with experience, in my personal opinion. There are a couple things that you can do to improve it, but I think trade management and risk management comes with experience over time. And because sometimes it's good to be dynamic and to hold your trades longer. Sometimes it's better to just cut your trade short, you know? It is, there are so many variables that I think matter here. So for example, on a funded account right now, the account that we're testing here, right? We just keep our losses smaller. That's it. Keeping our losses smaller. Oh, it's not working. It's not going in my favor. Okay, done, cut. I'll look for a new entry, right? Look for new confirmation. It depends. It all depends. It all depends. All right, now it's just getting into the first level. Don't enter yet. I'm not entering yet. I'll wait for like at least somewhat of a you know, hold. And gold is, yeah, okay, gold is yeah, gold might still do it, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. All right, first reaction. Wait for at least a kind of closure here. See how it goes. On the 1 minute, it looks nice, right? If you pull back. We're holding that, we're reacting from it. That's a good sign. First of all, we are reacting from it right now. All right, we want to react from it. Let's see how this 5 minute closes. And if we close, yeah, semi bullish and we break the highs, I think I will enter a long right away. Hourly is getting rejected. Yeah, that's what's happening with gold indeed. So yeah, we already shoot up quite aggressively as well, right? And it got rejected there again. So yeah, it probably has to come lower before it starts to potentially move up here. I mean, we could still wait for price to get there and see how it responds around around that zone. But yeah, we'll see about that. Okay, I think we broke the fix for a high. We have to fix POC. So that's why we don't put limit orders. We wait for the confirmation on the lower time frame. Sometimes 1 or 2 closures above, maybe one 5 minute candle above already shows you the potential it has. We'll still wait for this closure. Mohammed says, hi, I learned the volume profile earlier in my trading life, and I was wondering if the concept in your book works on cryptocurrencies. Yes, it definitely does, man. Great book on advising people I know how to read. Or great book I'm advising people I know to read it. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. 5 minute is not that particularly strong. Yeah, the lower time frame, we're still hovering around the fixed POC. So we really want to see like a nice closure below, above here. Otherwise, there is no long potential. Sometimes we enter limits, like Friday. Sometimes it's better to wait for the confirmation. This is better to wait for the confirmations. We saw that one coming. If you take it to the 15-minute, you will see that it's still holding up above the fixed PC very, very nicely here. So sometimes the best thing to do is just to wait for the 15-minute to close and to see if there is potential from the 15-minute. And if there is potential from the fixed PSC here. It's the only level that matters now on the NAS, fixed PSC. And if it closes below, I'm not gonna go to the 30-minute and sit this out. Then it's just an invalidation. Simple. Just an invalidation. DJ Clubs at fixed PSC is around 38 VIP retracement. All right. I just hope that we can see somewhat of a break above and just like some volume coming in, some clean volume coming in. So for example, right? You see this level on this is the Nasdaq, right? So you have this big order placed here. 19,550. It was there for a long period of time. Price pulls back. It kind of works as a magnet. It pulls back, it pulls back, it pulls back. What happens here? Order gets closed. So kind of like a fake order, right? You put an order, price comes down, you remove the order. Order never gets triggered. Then you bounce, then you react from the bounce. You know, it might be just a move to bring price down to then retrace back up again. So there is definitely potential. Definitely potential. Just need to see if you can hold above. Yeah, for gold, yeah. I mean, it just the big move already we saw already a big expansion and now a massive reverse on the lower time frame. So I would be very cautious here, to be honest, with gold right now at the moment. Whereas the Nasdaq is there right now, and if the Nasdaq shows some love here, then this might be a Nasdaq long. But we'll see if the closure is if the 50-minute close above or below. Carl Singh says, bro never trades. Bro never has the patience to wait for the setup. How many trades have you took last week, G's? The people that were with us here. I'm talking to the core. Didn't we almost trade every single stream? So if the Nasdaq closes below, it's in 4 minutes, it's invalidated. There's no way it can take her long here. At least not in the short term. It might just come down towards the lows, and then the problem with that is that it has to then re-break the highs again, and then you can long again, but that will take too much time. Gold, I'm not a big fan of gold now. After this move up, this was like a 70 pip move to the upside. because it's kind of the other way around. It's kind of like consolidation, now the manipulation, now the expansion. It's kind of the other way around for gold right now at the moment. And that is because the dollar is pulling back, right? The dollar is in resistance now, but the dollar is pulling back. And that's also why the Nasdaq is struggling. So the dollar needs to flip bearish. Why did you close the gold within the last minute? Because it doesn't make, it kind of like, we've seen that expansion, it doesn't make sense. It would have either been a consolidation, the expansion and the retracement and the continuation. The last thing you want to see is this swipe of the highs and then a reversal. Right there, and then a reversal. So the only thing that I would say is interesting is if the Nasdaq holds above this level and breaks back above the previous wick. So the previous like 15-minute high, then along. That's the only way. What dollar index chart you use? We use a custom dollar index chart. So this is a custom basket. Custom basket. You can use this as well if you want. We can share it in our Discord. It's practically the dollar. It's practically the dollar Canadian dollar, the dollar Swiss franc, GU inverted, EU inverted, AU inverted, and NU inverted, divided by 6. And that gives you the most accurate basket, dollar basket out there. Actually, gold is holding. Gold did respond from the fixed POC very well. But the 15-minute has no bottom wick, so we opened kind of. We're gonna probably flip bearish. Yeah, we're getting somewhere though with the Nasdaq. We're getting somewhere. We had this 15-minute closure above it. I'm starting to like it here, the 15-minute as well. The VWAP supporting it as well here. And the dollar is in resistance mode. You see the dollar is in that resistance. The dollar resistance, we have this consolidation, manipulation, expansion, retracement, now continuation, Sunday open. The 50-minute closed above it. So I'm gonna enter a long right now. And I'm gonna put my stop at 19,500. So I entered right now. Might even scale in, take another lot size. Unfortunately, I can only trade small lots. Unfortunately, with this funded account. So yeah, that's the unfortunate part. But yeah, it is what it is here. So stop below. And yeah, let's see. We have the VWAP, we have this this zone, respecting it as well here. Most importantly, the fixed POC is what I wanted, what I want to see. We did come exactly to the highs we initially were looking at. So these previous highs here before we start pulling back. So yeah, let's see where this will bring us this time. Yeah, and gold is actually similar, to be honest. Gold is actually similar, but it's actually similar. Is it more safe to wait for at least one more bullish candle close your bottom fixed PC? If you want to do that, you can do that. It's up to you. It's up to you. We see a couple of I like this overall structure, but yeah, I mean maybe. Our risk is less than 0.5%. Small amount of risk. We might be scaling in with confirmation. We have one more contract we can take. But yeah, the fixed POC is doing its job for now. Now let's see. Is it only 2 micros? It's not 2 minis. No, only 2 micros. It's nothing. Unfortunately. But yeah, you have to scale in. You have to scale in. The best way to scale a funded account is to slowly scale it. Slowly scale it. It's the best way, it's the safest way. You can do whatever you want to do after that. You don't need to risk too much. Slowly scale it. If you lose trade, you cut your losses. What's your setup for gold? Nothing at the moment. We were looking at gold for a long time. It started to come up. It didn't came back towards where we wanted it to go to. It's holding above a key level now. It shows a little bit of potential, but it's not there. It's not there yet. Did you know about the technique, the hole? No. No. The hole. What's up with the hole? So I guess we're cutting gold off for now. For now, yes, until maybe we get another confirmation. Would you take a short for gold? I would not take shorts for gold though. No. I would not bet against gold for now. If this holds and it breaks, yeah, we might give it a try. Are we Nasdaq? Yes, we are on the Nasdaq, long on our funded account. We're a little bit of drawdown now. Our stops are there. It's around 0.3% risk. So not that much, but we're scaling in if it goes in our favor. So dollar is in rejection mode here. That's the most important one. You want to really see this dollar flipping now. We know that the dollar is in resistance. So the dollar needs to close below here. And it needs to close below the zone number 1. We don't want the dollar to break back above. That would be terrible. We really want to make sure that we stay below. But yeah, you're in resistance. Critical resistance from previous support. So you broke below, you're now flipping into resistance. So of course you want to see this continuing down. And the 50-minute on the Nasdaq is still getting bought up. Give me 1 second, G's. We'll be right back, get a drink. All right, we closed above. We closed above it. 1 hour closure above as well. 1 hour closed above, 15-minute closed above again. That's good. Gold hovering around the 25.12 is weaker for sure. We always prioritize gold. If gold doesn't give us the right setup, then it's the Nasdaq. It's one of those. Alex says we have a fair value gap on the stop loss point. It's not better to enter right there. I'm usually not a big fan of. I'm using my own tools. This is the VARN profile. Use the VARN profile. We have the VWAP supporting it. I do like that as well. We have a closure above it. 2 50-minute closures above, 1 hourly closure above. The overall structure, right? We shifted structure as well. We came down. We broke the highs and we're creating hopefully a higher low. Hopefully in higher low, but we use this range, not the manipulation, we use the range itself. So I want to bounce from this range, right? Target is obviously the Sunday open, and gold is just holding on, but it's just not there. Okay, not there. So then the NAS is a plan B. It might take still some time though because of the dollar. Do you have a fixed TP or manual closure? I would say the Sunday open. Because this is typical Nasdaq. Nasdaq does this around the US Open. It taps into one of your key levels. It is trending down. It then creates an internal higher high. It manipulates, comes back to the range, and then I look for the right confirmation for longs. In this case, the Sunday Open, it's Tuesday. There are many scenarios where Tuesday you set in the low and then you start reversing back. So it's worth a trade regardless. For me personally, it's worth a trade regardless. For gold, yeah, you see gold is breaking down, right? Gold is coming down, so that's why. That's why I'm very patient with gold, especially after this expansion right there. Much more hesitant with gold. Whereas before it looked very nice if you started to pull back and then continue to drive up. So And you see gold breaking up. So that's an invalidation right there. Like there is no need to force a trade if you don't get the confirmation. And especially if you swipe the highs. So gold is chopping around. Gold is chopping around. Nasdaq is holding support. So Nasdaq is showing more potential. Where to buy gold? Should I buy now? I mean, we're below the critical levels. So for me, gold now is kind of invalidated because we swiped the highs here. If we didn't do that, like let's say we were consolidating here and we didn't came up aggressively before pushing down, right? Then I would say, okay, then maybe if you pull back, you get a nice confirmation here looking for longs. But now you're hanging around, you're scrapping around. So yeah, unless gold gives you the 50-minute, closure, the next candle creates a bottom wick and it flips bullish, maybe. But for now, it's slowing down, right? The Nasdaq is kind of doing this already, so it's kind of front running gold. Hopefully a little bit already by creating two nice bottom wicks, closing above our key level, the fixed POC at 19,600. And again, look at that big order on the Nasdaq. We talked about big orders. Look at that big order. 19,650 might be acting as a magnet. That's what we're looking at, right? That's what we're talking about. Doesn't always work, but it's definitely a nice indication. They had a massive order there and then price came down. And the moment it came down, they removed the order and price retraces. And now there's an order set at 19,650. Right? It kind of acts like a magnet. Does the bookmap gather data from all broker or specific? This is futures, man. This is futures, so it's centralized. It's all the same. It is all the same. It's all the same. Yeah, the dollar is in resistance. That's it. So the dollar is now at resistance here. We want to make sure that we want to see the dollar drop. That's what we want. We want to see the dollar coming back down, continuing its momentum to the downside. For any lower lows and lower highs. after breaking that resistance, or that support, now flipping into resistance. So if the dollar starts, you know, coming down here, then yeah, then the Nasdaq is gonna go for sure. Seems like a nice entry now, if you can hold here. All right, the gold is actually, it's showing the potential there as well. Gold just needs more time. More time. At least a 50-minute will close above it. Nasdaq looks cleaner though, right? Nasdaq looks cleaner than gold. Hey, what's the value per pip contract on the Nasdaq Futures? Depends if you trade the micros or the regular. Unfortunately, because we just have our funded account right now, 250k funded accounts, we are limited to only 2 micros or 2 regular contracts. So, you know, in terms of risk management, micros are the only thing that we can trade now. That is what it is. Until we are a little bit more, until we have, you know, scaled up our account. But that's why I'm saying slow and steady, keeping losses small. And yeah, man, slowly scale it. That's it. Slowly scale it. If you look at buys for gold, you want to wait for the right confirmation, and what you want to see is the next 30 minutes in 13 minutes to break and set in the bottom wick and flip bullish. That's the only thing I would say for you. That might be leading into a gold long. You are trading at the Sunday open now. You closed above it. The overall trend is bullish. We gave all the confidences there. It's just that I found the Nasdaq cleaner. That's it. That's the main reason. And you know, we're always looking at gold, but if the Nasdaq looks cleaner, then I just take the Nasdaq. That's just what it is now, you know. Once you start breaking above these highs, or tapping above these, or tapping into these highs, you can, in my opinion, look for, you know, immediately look for a, yeah, no, put your stop loss and break even, for sure. Sportsnetic says, bro, I rescued my funded account with just $10 remaining to blow up, with now $340 above. Slow and steady, nice. Well, good, congratulations, man, that you saved your account. That's great. Slow and steady, I like that word. I like it. I like it. Especially because you're a funded account here. You have a funded account there. Great. If we close above here, and this 30-minute closes above the previous candle body, then we just move our stops immediately to like 572. Reduce our risk even more. No need to stick there to wait for that same trade. That's it. We just keep it up, or move it up, move it up, and that's how we keep our losses small. Capitalize on our winners. Because you can lose a lot of small trades and catch that bigger winner. Because that's what's going to happen over time. You're going to lose a couple smaller trades and you capitalize on the winners. That's how we grow a funded account too. Yeah, hopefully we manage to close above that though. That would be nice. Yeah, and gold is still hanging around. It's finding support here, right? You can see how good the fixed range bar profile works, right? It's like it does its thing. You take the bigger range, the smaller range as well. You break out of it and you pull back into it, and then it shows you the potential. But if the dollar does not want to cooperate, then gold is gonna have a hard time. Same for the Nasdaq, by the way. Nasdaq as well. Just the Nasdaq just slightly more bullish. Bro, do you trade SMC? I trade LTA Concepts. Come on, dollar. Dollar needs to drop. Dollar needs to go and do its thing now. Where can I find the dollar index formula? I will share with you the whole watch list. If you want it, you can get it. Let me share it with you right now. Copy link and I'll post it in our Discord. Okay, I'll post it in the traders chat. Just click on the link and then just import this list. You can do this below, somewhere below, I don't know exactly. We already have it. You can kind of import it, if I'm correct, and add it to your list. And these are all the custom baskets of each currency. So the Australian dollar, New Zealand dollar, Swiss franc, much more accurate than any other basket. Much more accurate. You can't use volume on the dollar index? You can. With a custom basket, you can. So the Nasdaq is on a slow grind day? Man. That's what happens when the dollar is holding up. I mean, we do have a pretty good entry though. If you just hold this, then it's all good. It's all good. Just gonna hold above this local trend we're building up. And our entry is at 19,606. So yeah, I'm gonna put my stops already below the lows here, man. 19,575. So literally no risk, with definitely more reward. And on average, it's gonna benefit for sure. And that's just putting the stops below. And just holding up, and then we want to supposedly hold above the fixed PC, hold above the trend, and hold above the VWAP. Carlos, beware that if you slowly will go after the PSG very low, we might react from it. Yeah, thank you, man. I'll keep a close eye on that one. That's a good point, actually. If you look at the... No, we're already above the previous Sunday open. And that's really good. But yeah, no, for sure. That's the highs right there. Yeah, for sure. We know that we have to put our stop loss complete on break even already when we reach that zone, for sure. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Yeah, gold's holding up. I'm probably not going to take this one today. Unless we set another steep bottom wick again and we flip bullish. And that just has to do with this high, with this manipulation there. That's why we took a Nasdaq long today, at least today. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Yeah, you immediately can reduce your risk. You don't have to worry about it too much. And if you lose the trade, you lose nothing. Right? That's how you manage a funded account. Your risk. You minimize your risk, and over time you will see that these smaller losses will definitely help with managing your trade or managing your account. Smaller losses and bigger wins. If the dollar gets rejected though, that would be the best idea. But of course you have to bet against the dollar if you break resistance or if you break support and you turn it into resistance and the Nasdaq is showing you a setup, you have to play that game. Same for gold. If you start, pushing, then this might be also a bottom in here. So yeah, we're currently in the Nasdaq trade. I don't think it really matters too much, the Nasdaq or if it's gold, because they're both pretty reacting the same towards the dollar based on what we're currently seeing. It's just that gold needs a bit more time with setting in the bottom here and then potentially looking for a breakthrough moment. But yeah, the Sunday open is holding up. Sunday open is holding up. That's what matters, is that you don't close below the Sunday open. That's it. If you stay above the Sunday open, it's usually a good sign. All right, 30-minute closure again. Second 30-minute closure above. So yeah, make sure that we look at the 30-minute. We want to make sure that we hold, that this is the candle that actually starts making a move here. Same for gold. You see that gold reacts exactly like the Nasdaq, right? It's pretty similar. And that just has to do with the dollar. Slow grind for the Nas, but I think at some point we're gonna see something like this, and we're gonna make a break. We're gonna break at some point. Formulating somewhat of a breakout. Our entry is at 19,606. So yeah, the only way hopefully is up here, and our stop loss is at yeah, the lower levels. Tight stop as well. No need to keep our stop long when we are already pushing up in profit. And I mean, yeah, they're just, you know, reducing risk is all that matters. So yeah, let's see if this can be the follow through that we were waiting for. Have this one holding, it's all subjective, it's trend lines. So just draw you the perspective. It's not really what we're aiming on. So yeah, the 30-minute now starts to like, it starts to like look very nice if you start following through, right? At least the entry is really decent now at the moment. You guys can see the entry is really decent. On the 30-minute here, you tapped into that level beautifully. You want to see like the follow through happening. So that's the entry that you want. You wanna enter right at that level. And you want to see the dollar yeah, push it further down. One thing is for sure, it's definitely not strong. The dollar at least. Also, the 1 hour, I think we have that exact entry as well there on the 1 hour. You wanna really see that follow through from the hourly candle as well. Yeah, it all comes down to risk management. So reducing your stop loss is for sure worth it. There's no need to now think that we have to put our stop loss below here. Because yeah, it's better to just lose a smaller trade then and just look for the new one. And if you do this repetitively, you're gonna make money. With the right analysis, of course, with the right setup. Gold, similar setting up right now as well here. Like I said before, I just don't like that manipulation on gold here. But the hourly looks overall like we're holding up above the Sunday open, and that's all that matters. So yeah, I'm still long biased on gold for sure. I'm personally right now just in the Nasdaq. I'm gonna stick in the Nas. I'm gonna stick with the Nas as well. It also doesn't allow me to take more trades on multiple things here. So I'm going to stick with the Nas, but gold might just do the same thing as the Nasdaq is doing. And that is, yeah, tap into these highs again here at 25.15. And holding above, like once again, the fixed POC. Thank you for the NGN 200. I don't know what it is or how much it is, but thank you, man. We use it for the giveaways. Thank you. Appreciate that, G. We use it for giveaways. Shout out to you, my friend. I have a good profit on gold already. Target 20 517. What do you think? Yeah, I think you're going to face some resistance now, so be careful. But yeah, you have indeed much more potential. If prices breaks through, you have much more potential for gold. Same as the Nasdaq. Yeah, so just manage your trade. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Clear your stop, manage your trade. Dollar is coming down. Dollar is getting rejected, right? Dollar is actually definitely looking weaker. We start breaking down. So if the dollar comes down, it's only going to benefit the Nasdaq. It's going to benefit gold. $200 NGN is 11 cents, euro cents. All right, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. Where do you have your stop loss? We brought our stop loss from there to there. So we're reducing our risk. So if we get hit, you reduce our risk, and small stops lead to bigger winners. It's definitely a slow grind though. Damn. Go says I'm unable to join the Discord. It should be working, and if not, download the app on your phone. Maybe that will help. Yeah, this is what I mean with compressing here. Right, we're gonna break out or break down, one of those. But yeah, it's just hovering around our entry now a little bit for now. Anton says if gold breaks the Monday lows, would you consider buys? I think it's important that regardless right now for gold, you hold above the Sunday open. It's very choppy today. You can see it. We have been ranging all day. And yesterday as well. Yesterday just had a little bit more of an expansion, but all day consolidation. You just want to close at least above the range. Nasdaq also a lot of consolidation, chopping around. So it's just slow market, not much happening. The dollar is retracing again. That's why. Dollar is just consolidating right now. It's just chilling, right? We're cutting our new Nasdaq trade. And that's it. We're just chilling, hovering around here. Hovering around our entry. We're gonna cut it. We're gonna cut it for today. That's it. Gold is doing its best, holding above the Sunday open. So gold might still have a chance, especially if you break the 25.15 this time. And the reason why it has a chance is because of the following. Nasdaq dumped. Yeah, but it's hovering around. It's hovering around the entry. It's just there's not much there. There's not much there. So we're just cut the trade. If there's no movement, we should have already seen that move happening here. Gold is doing its best to hold the buff here. But if you look at the previous weekly failure high, that's a 25.17. That's where your major resistance is at right now. That's where the major resistance is at. But we're just heading into a lot of consolidation at the moment. And we never really saw the expansion we wanted to see today. Even though the alignment was there with the dollar in resistance and the Nasdaq at that level. We're hovering around, we're holding above it again. As you can see, we're hovering around the entry. It's just not moving. So I'm out. For me personally, no movement, no consolidation here. We can wait for market to consolidate and just keep around here. Or we just cut it and we see another day what we can do there. Because otherwise, you're going to see the same thing here. You're going to just hover around. Gold is doing better at the moment. But again, if you look on the lower time frame, just be careful. Cautious of these highs, right? Cautious of these highs. Because the way you're grinding up, it's just in a very slow pace. And if you get rejected here, then it rolls back towards the Sunday open again. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's just what it is. Some trade management though, geez. Trade management though. Alright. Patrick says I got in on that dump 5-minute entry. Yeah, you're kind of doing this now. You're kind of sitting now. You're getting rejected there on the lower time frames. You're kind of holding there. You're compressing. So we're waiting for that that further move. So trade management. We were in position for what, like in half an hour. And if you just hover around and you're not moving away from your entry, and it's just constantly testing your critical key level, that's why it's holding so well, because it is the POC, then yeah, it's just not worth it to stay into the trade. That's it. That's it. Dr. Dollar. Yo, G. What's happening, bro? Good to see you, my friend. Shout out to Dr. Dollar. My man, good to see you, my bro. How you doing, man? How's life? You're enjoying it? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope to see you at some point as well later. Once we are, you know, taking over the game. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to Dr. Dollar. Good to see you, man. Research, I still took some profits. So W. Yeah, if you take profits right away, then yeah, for sure. And we're still above entry. We're still above entry. But I mean, if there's just no follow through for me, there is no need to stay. There's no need to stay into the there's no need to stay in the trade right now at the moment. Okay? There's no follow through, there's nothing we could do. We were saying for gold, it's very slow build up. And after that manipulation, the only, you know, the major resistance will be again at 25.15 as well. So just be cautious there. That's just what it is. This is what it is. Okay. Overall, you can just confirm that today has been just a very choppy day, right? The range itself, there was no direction here. This was today. This was the open. Yesterday a little bit better. But the biggest move happened. Yeah, same thing. Right, the best trade was yesterday at 1, also very late. No, sorry, actually not. Actually not. We saw a trade at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. The bounce from the Sunday open was a trade for sure. So today, very choppy. Hope you guys are learning something though. If you learned something regardless, then press a yes in the chat. That would light me up a little bit as well. You know what I mean? 4 days a week, fam. 4 days a week. Tomorrow another day. Hopefully tomorrow we have more movement, more price movement. Nasdaq is still holding above it. It's still holding above this level. Okay. But if after 30 minutes and you know it's getting later and the market has been choppy throughout the whole day, I mean just don't force it. Don't be too long in this trade value, in my opinion. But it might still go. I mean, it might still just do its thing and hold up. We'll see about that here. If you stay and stick with the end, yeah, then the Sunday open, you know what the target is, right? But well, we'll see if there is actually still some later price movement along the way. Anyways, thank you for the support, G's. Tomorrow we're gonna be back. Of course, our main priority is gold, like always. If the Nasdaq shows us a setup and gold doesn't, we take the Nasdaq. I think the Nasdaq is always a great alternative if gold does not what we want it to do. Very easy, straightforward. We just go to the Nasdaq. That's how we have been winning last week. We just have been looking at gold, and if gold didn't give us an entry, we go for the Nas, and then the Nasdaq gave us an entry in the trade. That's how we at least diversify a little bit. So then we stay a little bit more active in trades as well, instead of putting our egg in one basket. All right. Iman says stop loss hit. No, not stop loss hit. Stop loss is not hit. The lows were never hit there. Break even trade. Ultimate Gamer says, does the Australian dollar CPI impact gold? It could. It definitely could. It definitely could. You can confirm this at the right moment. With this indicator, the correlation coefficient, if you use this indicator, okay, and you type in Australian dollar, or maybe you want to use the basket, you can use the basket. I'll show you this. You use this formula and you type it in right there and you apply it. Then you can see exactly what the correlation is between gold and between the Australian dollar. And currently we're kind of even, so we're not really correlated on the lower time frames. On the higher time frames we still are. We're still aggressively correlated. So yes, potentially if there's a big move in the Australian dollar, then gold might respond to it. Could definitely happen. All right, so pay very close attention here. So Nasdaq could still play out potentially. Who knows? Keep a close eye on this one. Gold as well. The only thing with gold is that you have that internal resistance. Okay, and that internal resistance is sitting right around there. Right around there. All right. Re-entries, higher high, higher low, lower time frame. If I want to do it and if there's volume. Absolutely. So take care, my G's. Thank you so much for the support. As always, we're going to be here for you for the next coming days. We have 3 more days of the week left. We're heading towards the monthly candle closure together, which is super important. And question mark, will gold reverse? That's the question. Will gold reverse at the end of the week? We're going to find out here. We're almost at 99K. That means that we're close to the 100 Gs, the 100 Gs, 100K. All right, we need that 1,000 last subscribers. So we're going to do something very special around 100. All right, we're giving you setups on a silver platter. I want to have my silver platter, literally. I want to have my silver plaque. All right. The way to do that is to subscribe to the channel, sign up for your boy, support your boy, come to the live streams at 8 a.m. EST. Listen to some drill and enjoy life with me. All right? What else are you going to do? Hang out with the boy. Take care, GC. Tomorrow back, same time. Looking forward to see you tomorrow. All right? Good luck and manage your trade accordingly.